Be like it here.
Next time you gotta make it a condition.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get started. If you can silence your cell phones, and if you're going to continue your conversations, if you can continue them outside, we have a large agenda. We would like to get started. And if we can close the doors, side doors, back door, I greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. We are on the record. Today is Wednesday, the 14th day of August in the year 2024. This is a regular meeting of the Jersey City Municipal Council. We had a scheduled 6 p.m. start. The clock on my cell phone is showing 6:04 p.m. May we have a roll call for the commencement of this meeting? Councilperson Prinzary.
Here.
Councilperson Baggiano. Councilperson Saleh.
Here.
Councilperson Solomon.
Here.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Present.
Councilperson DeGise.
Here.
Councilperson Rivera.
Here.
Council President will be absent for the entirety of the meeting, and Council Pro Temp Ridley.
Here.
We have 8 council members present in attendance at 6:04 p.m. May we kindly rise for a moment of silence, please? Clarence Collins, also known as Coach C. God rest his soul. And also Marie Murray, former council aide back in the 1980s. Thank you very much. On behalf of Council President Pro Temp Ridley and the members of the Municipal Council, in accordance with New Jersey Public Laws of 1975, Chapter 231, the Open Public Meetings Act, also known as the Sunshine Law, adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by the posting on the bulletin board of the first floor of City Hall, the annual notice, which is the schedule of meetings and caucuses of the Municipal Council for the calendar year 2024. And filed in the office of the city clerk on Thursday, November 30th, 2023. In addition, at its time of its preparation, the agenda of this meeting was similarly disseminated on Friday, August 9th, 2024 at 6:47 p.m. to the mayor, municipal council, business administrator, corporation council, and the local newspapers, and posted on the city's website, so I can certify as to our total compliance with the Sunshine Law. Council members, I just want to recognize for a special birthday shout out to our Laverne Webb Washington, whose birthday was last week. She turned the young age of 76. And she hardly misses any council meeting, so God bless you. All right, with that being said, council members, as discussed at the caucus, we have one item to add the agenda. That's item 3.11, City Ordinance 24-076. It's an ordinance disestablishing the Jersey City Municipal Construction Board of Appeals. I need a motion to add item 3.11, City Ordinance 24-076 to the agenda.
Second.
Motion made by Councilperson Rivera, seconded by Councilperson Saleh. Just council members, before I take a vote on this, please make sure your mics are on when you're voting, because people at home cannot hear the way you vote until I recap the vote. With that being said, Councilperson Prinzary on the motion to add item 3.11, City Ordinance 24-076 to the agenda.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Pro Temp Ridley.
Aye.
Item 3.11, City Ordinance 24-076 is added to the agenda. Motion carries 8-0 with Council President Waterman absent. All right. On to our first reading ordinances. Excuse me, 1 second. Sorry, and a little sidebar. All right. On to our first reading ordinances. Item 3.1, City Ordinance 24-066 is an ordinance amending Chapter 160 Fees and Charges, Section 1, Fee Schedule Established, Subsection 10, Chapter 254 Property Maintenance, the fee schedule for lead-based hazard inspection of rental units pursuant to 2021 Pamphlet Laws 2021 C.182. Item 3.2, I believe the administration is going to be withdrawing that.
That is correct, Sean. As discussed at caucus, there's some last minute information we got changed. Want to make sure the council has a chance to read it, digest it. So we'll bring it back next one.
Thank you. So I will not read that into the record. Next, item 3.3. Also the camera operator. City Ordinance 24-068 is an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 263, Article 4, rental and commercial premises to prohibit the distribution of plastic straws and non-reusable food and beverage accessories by food service establishments. Item 3.4, City Ordinance 24-069, an ordinance amending Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 1, General Provisions, and Article 3, Parking, Standing, and Stopping. Item 3.5, City Ordinance 24-070 is an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 2, Traffic Regulations, Section 332-8, Prohibited Right Turns on Red Signal to prohibit turns on red at all times at the intersection of Montgomery Street and Grove Street. Next, item 3.6, City Ordinance 24-071 is a franchise ordinance granting permission to the Number Spot Inc. to allow for Number Spot Inc. to install a handicap entrance ramp beyond the boundary line of Lot 9, Block 18503, and for the benefit of Lot 9, Block 18503, commonly known as 539 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. Item 3.7, City Ordinance 24-072 is an ordinance authorizing the City of Jersey City to execute an extension of a lease with New Jersey Schools Development Authority on real property at Block 21102, Lot 52 on the city's tax map located at 70 Iggy Avenue for the purposes of temporary parking for the VIA JC service. Excuse me. Item 3.8, City Ordinance 24-073, an ordinance of the Municipal Council adopting the Fayette Broadway redevelopment plan. Item 3.9, City Ordinance 24-074 is an ordinance regarding the proper storage of road salt and other solid de-icing materials on privately owned properties. Item 3.10, City Ordinance 24-075 is an ordinance authorizing a lease agreement between the City of Jersey City and Verizon New Jersey, Inc. for property located at 71 Madison Avenue, Jersey City, New Jersey. And last but not least, item 3.11, City Ordinance 24-076 is an ordinance disestablishing the Jersey City Municipal Construction Board of Appeals. Council members, I'm going to be taking a vote on items 3.1 through 3.11, with the exception of 3.2, which has been withdrawn. Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye for introduction.
Councilperson Baggiano.
I abstain on 3.3 and on 3.8. I just want to thank the developers for meeting with the community and working out the issues. Yes on the right. Yes on all.
Okay, Councilperson Saleh.
Aye for introduction.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye for introduction.
Councilperson Gilmore.
I for introduction.
Councilperson DeJeece.
Yes.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Pro Temp Ridley.
I for introduction.
Okay. Item 3.1 is introduced 8-0 with Council President Waterman absent. Item 3.2 has been withdrawn. Item 3.3 has been introduced 7-0-1 with Councilperson Baggiano abstaining. And items 3.4 through 3.11 are introduced 8-0 with Council President Waterman absent. Okay. So I believe we're going to defer to a couple of items. And I believe they're the first three resolutions, but let me just double check the agenda to make sure I'm correct. I believe they are. So we're going to defer, we're going to make a compound motion to defer to items 10.1, 10.2, and 10.3, which 10.1 is a resolution honoring the life and legacy of Christopher Inglis. 10.2 is a resolution honoring the life and legacy of Clarence Coach C. Collins. And 10.3 is a resolution honoring Friendship Large Number 44 FNAMPHA as Large of the Year. So council members, I hear it, but just
Motion. Second.
you guys are just too quick and don't listen to me.
Let him catch up. Give him a second.
So the motion to defer to items 10.1, 2, and 3, resolutions 24-584, 585, and 586. Motion was made by Councilperson Rivera, seconded by Councilperson Saleh. On the motion to defer to items 10.1, 2, and 3, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Pro Temp Ridley.
Aye.
Motion to defer to items 10.1, 2, and 3 is carried 8-0 with Council President Waterman absent. So council members, I suggest that we do each resolution in order. So we'll start with 10.1. Honoring the life and legacy of Christopher Inglis. I believe Councilman Solomon will read that into the record.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm going to read the resolution if you'll give me a minute.
Sure.
Honoring the life and legacy of Christopher Inglis. Whereas the city of Jersey City is proud to recognize the exemplary life, legacy, and accolades of Christopher Inglis, a lifelong Jersey City resident and dedicated city employee. And whereas Christopher completed secondary school at Hudson Catholic High School, bachelor's degree at Jersey City State, and Master of Philosophy at University of Glasgow in Scotland. He was a true altruist and gave his time and talents to the betterment of the city he loved. Whereas Christopher Inglis made significant contributions to his workplace and community. As one of the digital content creators for the city's social media platforms, he contributed to reestablishing the medium's presence and significant growth in followers each year. As co-founder and past president of Bike JC, he was instrumental in the implementation of bike lanes and Jersey City's Ward Tour, thus making streets safer for all. As a gifted filmmaker and co-writer and director of the Communication Division's documentary film, Strength Through Visibility, which premiered at the Garden State Film Festival and received awards and recognitions as the GSFF 2023 Homegrown Documentary Award, Best Feature Film at the Austin Film Festival, official selection for documentary feature at the Virginia Boulder International, Seattle Social Justice, Richmond International, and Manhattan Film Festivals. He was an adjunct professor at CUNY, adjunct professor of film and theory analysis at Brookdale, an adjunct lecturer at Jersey City State, media arts instructor at Educate the Block, TEDx speaker, and owner of JC Day Trippers and Easy Riders. And whereas the city pays respects to beloved resident and employee Chris and offers their sincerest condolences to his family. Christopher Inglis is survived by his parents, Margaret and Leonard, Anglais, Maggie and Lenny, his brothers Michael and his wife Tess, and Jason, his wife Camille, his sisters Jessica and her husband Sean, his nieces and nephews Allison, John, Candace, Juliana, Alexa, Luca, Jacob, Evan, Emma, Marissa, and his aunt Marianne Koch. And whereas Christopher was an active chair, was active as chair of the mayor's LGBTQ Task Force Committee on Clinical and Social Services, and vigorously participated in the promotion of the task force mission and goals, including advocating for the homeless LGBTQ youth community. And whereas the volunteer community service an integral part of the operations and spirit of Jersey City, now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of Jersey City that on July 17th, 2024, the fourth annual repainting of the Progressive Pride flag crosswalk was dedicated in celebration to Christopher's full life of devotion, advocacy, and compassion in public service, and in the advancement of the LGBTQ plus community in Jersey City.
Okay, council members, thank you so much, Councilperson Solomon, for reading that into the record. Council members, I think we should vote on it and then maybe invite the family up to say a few words if they can. Councilperson Prinzary.
To the English family, again, the whole is large. We still miss him terribly. We are so thankful that he was with us for the time that we had him. And now it's our responsibility to make sure that the good work that he did behind the scenes all the time continues in this city. I was very glad to be able to spend a great time with him last summer when the film premiered down in Asbury Park. He'll truly be missed. I vote aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Just want to give my condolences and say he was a great person.
You vote aye, correct?
I vote aye, of course.
Councilperson Saleh.
Chris was an amazing individual, a light in this world. His smile, laughter, his jokes lit up the room. His intellect when it comes to building the city's social media presence was second to none. And without him, we wouldn't be the amazing city that we are today. The residents wouldn't have been as informed, and he has left an incredible, set of shoes in his absence, and, the city misses him dearly, and we honor him today, but we thank you, the family, for giving us, the time that we had with him and raising him to be a stand-up gentleman and doing what's right for the people. That I vote aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Lenny and Maggie, my sincere condolences. As my colleague said, losing Chris has just been such a huge loss in so many different parts of the city. And it was such a testament to his character, to his energy, to his dedication on how many communities he touched in the city, the artist community, the LGBTQ community, the city, all city staff. So many people were so touched because he did so much for our city, and we're all the beneficiaries of his extraordinary commitment. And I know just from my personal conversations with him, just how dedicated he was to this place, and how much we're going to miss him. So, this resolution is the least we can do, and we're going to continue to honor him and honor his memory. So I very proudly vote aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
I just want to give my condolences to the family and friends of Chris. His work was definitely impeccable. We definitely benefit as a city for all the things he have contributed to us. And he's going to be missed daily, but his contributions will continue to be felt. I proudly vote aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
My condolences to the friends and family and those who knew him. This is a huge loss for the city. Big shoes to fill, but we will continue on his legacy. I vote aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
To the family, my condolences. Thank you for lending Chris to us. His legacy and his character will never, ever be forgotten. And he's a true example of an amazing human being. I definitely vote aye.
Council President Pro Temp Ridley.
Condolences to the family. It is clear that he lived a life to be emulated, and he definitely has left his mark here in Jersey City. We thank you for that. We are grateful for the life that he lived and his contributions to us here in Jersey City. With that, I vote aye.
City Resolution 24-584 is approved unanimously 8-0 with Council President Waterman absent. The family would like to come up and say a few words. No pressure. I totally understand.
I just want to thank all the council members for keeping my son's legacy alive. I can't believe what an astounding effect on many people. He loved and cared about many people, and of anything, he loved Jersey City. I wish he was here to see how much he's acknowledged, how much people cared about what he did. But God needed him upstairs for new bike lanes or something. I don't know. But thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next, Resolution 24-585. This is the resolution honoring the life and legacy of Clarence Coach C. Collins. Councilmember Gilmore, would you like to read this into the record?
Yes, sure.
Thank you.
Whereas Clarence Cole C. Collins, a beloved member of Jersey City community, recently passed away at the historically helping a neighborhood in need. Let me try to get through this. Whereas Coach C devoted over 13 years to University Academy Charter High School as the first ever full-time mentor on staff, providing invaluable guidance and support to countless students. And whereas Coach C moved to Jersey City 18 years ago with his wife Elaine, and since dedicated himself to mentoring young people, drawing from his own experience of becoming a father at 15 and overcoming the challenge of growing up too fast. Whereas Coach C annual Father's Day dinner began with 20 attendees and grew to 60, offering young men without fathers at home a model of healthy, loving household free from anger and violence. And whereas Coach C served in the Department of Recreation, where he built strong relationships with youth and reinforced the hiring process to bring in new kids for internships from all corners of the city. Whereas Coach C outreach work connected him to over 3,000 kids in Jersey City, providing them with fatherly advice, jobs, intern opportunities, and connecting them with community leaders. Whereas Coach C firmly believe in the importances of healing childhood trauma, financial literacy, ending gun violence, and embodying the values of fatherhood and community leadership. And whereas Coach C family continues his legacy with his grandchildren, Jamil, Naya, embodying his values and principles in their educational and entrepreneurial pursuit. Whereas Coach C guiding principle included healing childhood trauma, I love you for free, and the most important four-letter word, time. Now therefore be it resolved on the 14th day of August 2024 that the City Council of Jersey City hereby honors and celebrate life and legacy of Clarence Cole C. Collins, recognizing his extraordinary contribution to the community and his unwavering commitment to improving the lives of our youth.
Thank you, Councilman. So I suggest that we take a vote on it, and then we can ask the family of Coach C to come up and say a few words if they like after the vote. With that being said, Councilperson Prinzary.
This is a hard start to this council meeting.
I'm sorry.
There you
So-
go.
Okay. Okay. So anyway, again, thankful to have the time that I had with Coach C and Elaine and all the great work that they did on Woodlawn Avenue and the really good work we did together in Audubon Park. And then again, providing opportunities for young people to understand how they could be civically engaged when I came on to city council, because if Coach C called, you showed up. So again, to Elaine and the entire family and to everyone who has been touched by his life, he'll be truly missed. I vote aye.
Councilperson Bajano.
Coach C will be missed by many, many people. And once again, he was a great person. I vote aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
We need more people like Coach C in the world. He mentored thousands upon thousands of youth that, without his guidance, might have made a wrong turn in life. He saved so many kids, and his legacy and his example should be an example to us all, that each child is our child, that we have an invested stake in our community into making it better. And when we see a kid that needs help or needs an internship or needs some guidance, it's upon all of us to lift that child up so that they could reach their utmost potential. He's also a Muslim brother, and on behalf of the Muslim community, we're proud of everything he's done. I didn't know that until after the fact. And, his loss is a big loss for the community. And my only question is, who's going to be the next Coach C? Who's going to step up in the community? It's on all of us. And with that, I vote aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
I offer my deep condolences to the family of Coach C. After his passing, the just extraordinary outpouring of emotion and support and words from sort of all corners of the city was such a testament to how many lives he touched and to what a sort of pure soul he had, and how lucky Jersey City was to have him. Such a tragic loss for the city. I vote aye. And again, the resolution is just the start of what we can do to honor everything he did for us.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Again, condolences to the family. This right here, this struck me extremely personal. Me and Coach C were kind of like two peas in a pod. I remember real talk with Coach C in the morning, real talk with Coach Wu at night. I remember working at Recreation. I remember actually having a conversation with Coach C, and he said, Frank, we have to make sure that we know every youth that's in these communities. If I don't know them, you have to know them. And just the the dedication to loving people for free. And something that I've just found out was so important. And I never really got it when he first said it. He said the most important four-letter word was time. And I was like, nah, coach, I kind of think it's love. And he would say, well, if you don't spend time with someone, you're not really showing them that you love them. And then now that he's been gone in these past few weeks, and I'm really feeling the impact on how much he affected the community. And now I really have a keen understanding of how important time is, how important it is for what we do with our time. I'm just grateful though I had the opportunity to be with him, to share with him, to grow with him, to learn from him. And I'm just gonna miss him dearly, man. It's a huge loss. And again, to the family, my sincere condolences. I probably vote aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
My condolences again to the family. I've known Coach for a while, but it was after my transition out of the social studies classroom to workforce development with teens that I really tapped into him on mentorship. And there was not a one-size-fits-all model for mentorship with him. Each student got their own individual plan, which is very, very taxing on one individual. I think it said something along the lines of being hired as someone that was supposed to be a disciplinarian, but turned it into being a cheerleader, and he really was. I hope his friends and family find some solace in the hundreds, if not thousands, of people that he helped and changed their lives for the better. And they get to live on and carry him on. I vote aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
I'm gonna echo Mira's sentiments that this is really hard today. I mean, Coach was an amazing person. I mean, we all have stories about him, such positive stories, such a legend, here in Jersey City. I mean, I'm going to try to hurry it up because I definitely don't want to break down, but, the guy was just priceless when it came to youth recreation. And, he just had a special aura, special light where kids would gravitate to him, and he just impacted them immediately with whatever they were going to. And, as a person who dealt with youth recreation forever, working at a school, we had that common denominator. And, there was a specific student that he and I went to visit at 3:30 in the morning. And this man impacted this kid. And who does that, right? Who's going to come off of their bed at 3:30 in the morning to meet a kid at a park, right? Who's going to do that? This man did it. And when I found out that he passed, it was a very, very serious emptiness, like a huge loss. And it's hard to get back, it really is. When you lose a legend, when you lose someone that's been so impactful like that, especially to our kids, those are hard shoes to fill. And we pray that we get somebody to actually imitate that moving forward. I proudly vote aye.
And Council President Pro Temp Ridley.
My condolences to the family. I believe my first interactions with Coach C was probably through WABA, the Woodlawn Avenue Block Association. And Woodlawn Avenue and that block association did a lot of work, and Coach C was really instrumental. It really was a family around there, and he kept that family atmosphere going. There are many times, when we interact with residents and, residents want to know how to get things done on their street, and they really had a good group over there. And Coach C was always the one speaking and calling, not just with resident concerns, but making sure that that family atmosphere was alive on Woodlawn. Like if someone passed away, holding a vigil, making sure that his neighbors had what they needed, taking care of the seniors. And then from there, just all the other things that he's done at Audubon Park, as Councilwoman Prince Derry said, his work at the charter school, or even with him installing security surveillance cameras for people, right? A job that you just think somebody's just coming out and, I need a security system, put it in, you leave, right? But he never left anywhere without having a conversation, right? Having a conversation about life and trying to connect with someone. And that's why he touched so many people. I know a lot of people saw the outpouring of love on social media for him, but that's a testament to the life he lived. And he will definitely be missed, and he will always be a part of our legacy here in Jersey City. And with that, I vote aye.
Resolution 24-585 is approved unanimously 8-0 with Council President Waterman absent. If anyone from the family would like to come up and say a few words, no pressure on the family, but if you don't mind, if you could just state your name for the record once you speak, so we know who you are.
Hi, I'm Mrs. Collins. Most of you probably never really seen me, but I am really proud to be here to honor my husband, who just missed so much. He's amazing, amazing person. He loved the youth, and he was all about community, just helping people. And he did this out of his heart. It didn't matter how many hours or how many times the kids would call, and I didn't care, because you know what? He was saving someone's soul, saving the youth. And he loved Jersey City. He would do anything to just be an impact. He was like a beacon of light in any room that he would walk in. To know Coach was to love him. And everybody that ever encountered or met him loved him, because he was just that type of person. So I thank you guys for this, and I am really honored. Thank you.
Thank you.
I say thank you to all the councilmen and councilwomen for taking this time and opportunity to honor Coach C. Collins. My name is Anton Nesmith. I am business partner with Clarence with the security company. One thing I can say about Coach C is he was definitely a cornerstone of the Jersey City community. Everywhere he went, he stopped the kids and had something positive to say, something great to install in them. One thing I say, with every kid that he came across, he did prepare them for the future. So he was preparing the kids for when he wasn't here. So I do believe that these kids can take everything that he said to them and face tomorrow. When we started the security company, Coach, like his wife said, he loved Jersey City. His true goal was to make Jersey City a safer community for people. So we installed hundreds and hundreds of cameras throughout Jersey City. And he used to always call me and say, hey, guess what? You remember the person that got assaulted on this such and such street? They caught him with the cameras, So I was always get these calls when, perps used to get caught from the technology that we installed. So one thing I can say about him, he loved the people. And if you knew Coach, you knew that's where he was. He was loved. Just thank you for recognizing him. Have a great day.
And my condolences to both families. Jersey City unfortunately lost two legends here, and appreciate their dedication and the service they had for Jersey City. I didn't have the pleasure of knowing either, unfortunately. I'm always at my office, so, but I do send my condolences to both families. And they'll continue to watch over us, and hopefully we can have the next Christopher and the next Clarence step up to the plate, as Councilman Soleil said. So with that being said, I'm going to try to change the mood and go into a very happy moment. 10.3, Resolution 24-586 is a resolution honoring Friendship Lodge number 44, F and AMPHA, as the Lodge of the Year.
Could we ask the members of the lodge to come up?
Can we have the members from the lodge come up? Just step up in front of the podium, and the councilman will read the resolution into the record, if you don't mind, Councilman, not to put you on the spot.
No, absolutely. So excited to read this resolution. So whereas Friendship Lodge number 44, F and AMPHA, located at 2 Oxford Avenue, Jersey City, has demonstrated exemplary dedication to community service and civic engagement. And whereas Friendship Lodge number 44, F and AMPHA, has been recognized as the Lodge of the Year for the Hudson, Bergen, and Passaic County District. And whereas the Lodge's community service efforts have resulted in the accumulation of 225 hours of service, benefiting numerous organizations, including Triangle Park, Hoboken Shelter, Hope House, St. Lucie Shelter, Adopt a Highway, Mixed Martial Arts Club, and Movies in the Park. And whereas these efforts have significantly contributed to the welfare and betterment of the Jersey City community and surrounding areas, and whereas the dedication and leadership within Friendship Lodge number 44 are further exemplified by the recognition of its member Donald Chunky Mosby as Worshipful Master of the Year for Hudson, Bergen, and Passaic County District and for the state of New Jersey, given by the most worshipful Clyde H. Horton Jr., Grand Master of the Most Worshipful Prince Hall Grand Lodge, State of New Jersey. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council hereby honors and recognizes Friendship Lodge number 44, F and AMPHA, for their outstanding contributions to community service and civic engagement, and commends their officers, Donald Chunky Mosby, Worshipful Master, John Bratton, Senior Warden, Vincent Blackshear, Junior Warden, and its members for their exemplary leadership and dedication to the betterment of Hudson County and the state of New Jersey.
Before we start really clapping loud, let's take a vote on the resolution and let's pass it so then we can clap even louder. On that note, on Resolution 24-586, Councilperson Prinzary.
To the lodge and to the lodge leadership, congratulations on this designation, for all of the fantastic work you do supporting organizations that support Jersey City and Hudson County. As an aside, it's great to be able to do this while you're here with us today. So congratulations again. Keep up the good work. Make Jersey City proud. I vote aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Congratulations on everything you do and keep up the good work. I vote aye.
Councilperson Soleil.
Congratulations on becoming Lodge of the Year. Like I see before me, like real men, real role models for our community. And I thank you for all the service you do and the community service you've given to the city. And you guys look like a league of extraordinary gentlemen. With that, I vote aye.
Councilman Solomon, good luck with topping that one.
Yeah, I know. Very proud to vote aye. You guys are amazing. I know Chunky's always reaching out to find more ways to keep helping Jersey City, and that is what makes our city amazing. And you guys are the quintessential example for what we want in Jersey City. So keep up the good work and proud to vote aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Congratulations, brothers. I know many of you personally. I've actually been a recipient of some get it together words from many of you brothers. But it truly means a lot to see you brothers be on. A lot of you guys been doing this for, I'm 40 now, and I remember being in a Y when I was 10, so at least 30 years. And you guys check the boxes of helping out our community. I proudly vote aye.
Councilperson DeGeest.
Congratulations to all of you. Thank you for what you do. And I hope that this little recognition goes a long way and keeps you guys going and motivated. Thank you. Vote aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
My brothers, to a group of men that we are always on the level. Love every single one of you guys. You guys are a true example of what community is all about, community work is all about. Thank you for shining that light on people. That's all that matters. 100% vote aye.
And Council President Pro Temp Ridley.
I'd like to say congratulations. A lot of the times when you're a member of groups, fraternal organizations, whether you're a Mason, Eastern Star, or part of Panhellenic Council, a lot of times there's a lot of focus on the group and the exclusiveness of the group. But we know that those groups are based in community service, and that doesn't get recognized enough. So I want you to know that we see you. We know that you're here. You're working in Jersey City. You've been here, and you're going to continue to be here. We're proud of you, and thank you for all that you've done. Oh, with that, I vote aye.
Resolution 24-586 is approved unanimously 8-0 with Council President Waterman absent. Congratulations, gentlemen. Okay, I don't know who we're going to put on the spot, but if someone would want to say a few words. Uh-oh, we already got them chosen. Okay.
I just want to thank Councilman Solomon for this this award. I'd like to thank my brothers. I couldn't do it without my brothers, and you know, Rivera. Oh, Donald Mosby. I'm Donald Chunky Mosby. I just want to make it real short. Next week, next Saturday, we will be at Lincoln Park from 12 to 5, handing out backpacks to the kids. It'll be our 21st anniversary, and we will be handing out backpacks with supplies in them next Saturday. So bring your kids, come on out, and fellowship. Again, thank you. We will be back. We will be back.
Hey, guys,
Thank you.
Stay there 1 second. We'll come down.
Council's going to come down and take a quick picture with the gentleman.
What's up? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Right. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you.
All the time in the height. I'm a mailman. Heights.
Oh, there you go. That's how I know you. Thank you.
Okay.
Sure. You gotta get.
Thank you very much for what you do. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. As we are making our way back to our seats and congratulating the gentleman, we do want to get back to our agenda, which is a hefty agenda. So with that being said, I am going to go on to our second reading ordinance. Item 4.1, City Ordinance 24-060 is an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 2, Traffic Regulations, amending Section 332-9, Stop Intersections to designate the intersection of Van Voorst Street and Morris Street as a stop-controlled intersection. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record. Where are my council members?
Motion.
Motion made by Councilperson Solomon to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-060. May I have a second?
Second.
Oh, there they go. Now they're woke.
Now,
Now they're woke.
so I'm going to give that to Council President Pro Temp Ridley. Seemed like she was the loudest. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-060, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Bajano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh. Stepped away.
Stepped away.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise. Councilperson Rivera. Stepped away.
Stepped away too.
They like to sneak out. All right. And Council President Pro Temp Ridley.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0 to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-060 with Council members Saleh, Rivera, and Council President Waterman absent. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 24-060, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Bajano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
He stepped away,
away.
Sean.
Okay. Sorry. Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
He stepped
I got him.
right here.
And Council President Pro Temp Ridley.
Aye.
City Ordinance 24-060 is adopted 7-0 with Council members Saleh and Council President Waterman absent. On to our next second reading ordinance, item 4.2, City Ordinance 24-061 is an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 3, Parking, Standing, Stopping, amending Section 332-24.1, limited duration parking along Marley Avenue and Williams Avenue. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium.
Motion.
Motion to close the public hearing on ordinance 24-061 was made by Councilperson Rivera,
Second.
seconded by Councilperson Saleh. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-061, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Bajano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Pro Temp Ridley.
Aye.
Motion to close the public hearing on ordinance 24-061 carries 8-0 with Council President Waterman absent. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 24-061, Councilperson Prinzary.
I just want to thank the Division of Traffic and Traffic Planning for continuing to work with my office and the residents on Mallory Avenue to make the necessary tweaks with the changes we've made in the roadway. I vote aye.
Councilperson Bajano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Pro Temp Ridley.
Aye.
City Ordinance 24-061 is adopted 8-0 with Council President Waterman absent. Before I move on to the next second reading ordinance, Councilperson Saleh, would you like to cast your vote on ordinance 24-060?
Aye.
Thank you very much. And if I can just recap the ordinance on the vote, City Ordinance 24-060 is now adopted 8-0 with Councilperson Waterman absent. On to our next second reading ordinance, item 4.3, City Ordinance 24-062 is an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 9, Parking for the Disabled of the Jersey City Code, designated a reserved parking space at various locations throughout the city. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion.
Second.
Motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-062 was made by Councilperson Rivera, seconded by Councilperson Saleh. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-062, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGeest.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Pro Temp Ridley.
Aye.
Motion carries 8-0 to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-062 with Council President Waterman absent. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 24-062, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGeest. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Pro Temp Ridley.
Aye.
City Ordinance 24-062 is adopted 8-0 with Council President Waterman absent. On to our next second reading ordinance, item 4.4, City Ordinance 24-063 is an ordinance supplementing Chapter 332, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 8, Permit Parking, amending Section 332-58, Parking Restrictions in Residential Zones to extend Parking Zone 2 to include Newark Avenue and Senate Place and Tunnelly Avenue. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion.
Second.
Motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-063 was made by Councilperson Rivera, seconded by Councilperson Saleh. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-063, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGeest. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Pro Temp Ridley.
Aye.
Motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-063 is approved 8-0 with Council President Waterman absent. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 24-063, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGeest. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Pro Temp Ridley.
Aye.
City Ordinance 24-063 is adopted 8-0 with Council President Waterman absent. On to our next second reading ordinance, item 4.5, City Ordinance 24-064 is an ordinance amending Ordinance 23-093 and authorizing the execution of 3 financial agreements. This is a public hearing on this ordinance. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion.
Second.
Motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-064 was made by Councilperson Rivera, seconded by Councilperson Saleh. On the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-064, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGeest. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Pro Temp Ridley.
Aye.
Motion carries 8-0 with Council President Waterman absent to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-064. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 24-064, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGeest. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Pro Temp Ridley.
Aye.
City Ordinance 24-064 is adopted 8-0 with Council President Waterman absent. On to our next and final ordinance, item 4.6, City Ordinance 24-065 is an ordinance amendment to the Journal Square 2060 redevelopment plan regarding inclusion of a mandatory affordable housing requirement along with updates to some bulk signage and use standards.
Sean,
And
can I read something first before we go into it?
Before we call the public hearing, the councilman would like to read something into the record. Go ahead, councilperson.
Council President Pro Temp and council members. First, I want to thank my council partners, Councilman Saleh and Councilperson Prince Airy, and all the council members for their support for the past 2 years. Before you is a mandatory amendment on affordable housing for the Journal Square redevelopment plan. If you vote yes today, then affordable housing will begin tomorrow. This is the first of its kind in a redevelopment plan. If you vote no, then you are voting against affordable housing. Everyone agrees that this affordable housing is needed and that the city can give the bonus density in districts 1 and 3. What everyone has learned is that not all districts are alike and should not be treated the same. We must work together with city planning, with all of the residents, with stakeholders, and with city council. Let's not work against each other. Let's work together. As this amendment passes, I also have an untimed resolution on the agenda for city planning to properly study and amend the Journal Square redevelopment plan. This is what city planning wanted to do in the first place. Issues such as parking, remapping, corner bonuses, and among other things will now have the chance to be addressed. If you vote yes tonight, you will be supporting the first mandatory affordable housing amendment in a redevelopment plan in Jersey City. Thank you.
Okay. So I believe there are quite a few number of people looking to speak on this ordinance. If you can just line up in an orderly manner, I greatly appreciate it. And when you are about to speak, if you can spell your name into the record before you start speaking, I will not start your clock until your name is completely spelled and you start your first line. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to our first speaker. Let me get the camera on you guys.
I am Michael Ehrman, Chairman of the Affordable Housing Task Force of the Journal City Community Association. Nice to see you all again.
Michael, if you could just spell your name before you start the clock.
Ehrmann.
Got it.
I have no disagreement with the councilman that this is legislation that is very significant. It started in our association back in December of 2021, has wended its way through, but remarkably, the original intentions and the main provisions remain the same today. And if and when passed, this resolution will become a locally born Jersey City IZO. I've told many of you that we started this because we perceived correctly that the IZO would not work in our neighborhood. In fact, I hear it's not working in a lot of neighborhoods because it was developed from plans down south. And now when you do pass this, it will now be available not just to Journal Square, but also to other neighborhoods. But we have a feel good, feel bad story tonight for our association, because as you know, at this point, this provision is here for only 2 districts. Journal Square has 13 districts. 6 of them are not applicable to this law. 7 are potentially, and this resolution tonight is for 2 of them. Those 2 districts represent 23% of the entire area, and they represent 30% of the 7 districts that are applicable. Within 1 and 3, because they're heavily developed, we see that 10% of properties would actually be affected, of the whole redevelopment area would be actually affected by this. That is not insignificant, but it is far from the 75% that could be covered by this. How did this happen? I remember being on the telephone with the councilman on Wednesday, April 3rd, discussing with great happiness a plan to go forward for a resolution on April 10th. I thought that at 11 a.m. I was told at 2 o'clock that it was going to be delayed. And I was told a week later that 4 and 4A would be dropped. and later that much later that 5, 7, and 8 would be dropped. So now we have this dilemma. Are we happy about what we've got here, or are we unhappy about all that has to be done? My recommendation to City Council is this. If you are willing to give us as much attention as you've given before to perfecting this in the next few months, vote yes for this. If you are not going to give us the attention, and my association's afraid of this, turn it down.
Thank you, Michael.
Deal
Your
with
time
more.
is up. Thank you. Our next speaker, Laverne Webb Washington.
You know, I'm tired. This is a shame what we see in here tonight. I turned 76 a couple of weeks ago. We've been fighting for affordable housing for so long. It started right down here when we built Newport. All down here, we demanded affordable housing. On the first 5 floors of them apartments down here in Newport are affordable. I keep telling you people this. Then I got people been living down here 40 years, right down here, round the corner. We let people come in here, build these skyscrapers, and we don't demand no affordable housing. I did 2 buildings up in Ward F. I ain't make no money. You know what I sleep good at night? That I know 80 people can lay their head down in affordable housing. It ain't about the money. It's about people living in this city having somewhere to stay. We running people out of here and letting other folks come in here. It's not right. We laid down plans, and I used to go to Washington, D.C. with the Affordable Housing Coalition. We had the Hudson County Affordable Coalition. What's going on? We shouldn't be at this point with all these people worrying about up here in Jones Square. It's all over the city. Councilman, I keep telling you, we got to do better. We got to lay some rules down. Y'all, people laugh at me when I say New York, New Jersey, land-wise, is bigger than Jersey City, population-wise. We are. We done went up in the sky. They don't give up the right numbers for this city no more about how many people here. This is a disgrace that we're not demanding these developers to put affordable housing back in this city. People worked here, live here. Look at that man up there. That councilman up here in Jones Square. I knew all my life. He walked the streets of Lafayette, Maple, Pacific. He knew me as a young lady, a baby. We lived in houses. We had to fight for people to stay here.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Tom Zuper, ZUPPA.
Good evening, council members. Tom Zupa, president of the Journal Square Community Association, which the councilman forgot to thank as one of his partners for their work, our work for the last 2 years. Not only in the speech tonight, but also some of the correspondence which has been going out to our community members. I had a longer speech prepared, so let's get right to the point. We asked this council not to vote no tonight, to give us 1 month of time to get back to the table and work with the councilman and planning for this reason. 76% of Journal Square will be excluded by having only districts 1 and 3 in this ordinance. Out of the remaining area, only 10% of that land is eligible for affordable housing. This is an opportunity we cannot miss to help thousands of residents who are screaming and begging for this council to give affordable housing. And if I anticipate you say, well, we'll come back and work with you. Well, we're still waiting for updates to the inclusionary zoning ordinance around the city. Residents are still waiting. And you can ask yourselves, why are certain people chomping at the bit to put in proposals for development in 1 and 3 and then waiting for more zones to be included. And importantly, if our aim is to protect 1 to 2 family homes and neighborhoods, nothing about limiting this ordinance accomplishes that. If we look at Green Avenue, which is District 4A, the same zoning district as the Hilltop where Councilman Bajano lives, a 67-unit building was approved with 0 affordable units. And on Baldwin Avenue, with 2,400 units in the pipeline, 0 affordable, and that's District 4, another district that will be excluded. This is an easy fix, which is why I asked you for a couple weeks to get back to the table. We don't need to go back to the drawing board, go back to planning. An easy fix to protect 1 to 2 family homes by putting in a square footage restriction. As of the date of passage, you can pick 5,000 square feet, 7,500 square feet, so that developers can't consolidate those lots after today or after the next meeting and protect the 1 to 2 family homes. To our community leaders and partners, this doesn't affect anything beyond Journal Square, doesn't go to McGinley Square, doesn't go to the heights beyond 139. Now, while saying that I, personally, or we as an association want to destroy 1 to 2 family homes makes for a good political soundbite, it's BS and untrue. We don't mess around with residents' livelihoods in Journal Square, and we put people over politics. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hello, good evening. Katie Brennan, Brennan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Katie. I'm glad to be back here with you all. I'm a Ward C resident, and I think it's important to stress tonight that I'm also a homeowner of a one-family home. And I agree that the fear-mongering about this is BS. And I enthusiastically support homes, affordable homes in every zone. My home touches Zone 8, District 8 of the Journal Square 2060 redevelopment plan. District 8, for reasons unknown, was dropped from this ordinance. Since we've introduced these resolutions, hundreds, possibly thousands of new units, just since we introduced this a few months ago, have been approved with no affordable housing. Buildings 100, 200, 300 units large, no affordable units, including several right around my block in Zone 8. Since we began working on this initiative 3 years ago, there have been thousands. Zones 1 and 3 are almost completely developed. It's basically the land on top of the train. So let's just stick to my immediate neighborhood for the moment. 67% of the developable lots in Zone 8 are 5,000 square feet or larger. 50% are over 7,500 square feet. We're not talking about single-family homes. We are talking about large developable spaces that are going to get large buildings, whether or not any of this passes. The development is here. It's happening. And so the choice is simple. Do you want Jersey City to be a beautiful, diverse city racially and economically, or not? Do you want young families, public servants, our fixed income seniors to be able to stay in Jersey City or not? Either way, the high-rise development happens. Nothing we're considering tonight changes that. No matter what zones are included, the development still happens. I'd say that if you pass 1 and 3, the councilman is right. We don't go another day without having that affordable housing and our shared commitment to affordability. But this is an important precedent that can be replicated across the city. The work is not done. As I just outlined, the majority of the developable land in the Journal Square redevelopment zone is well outside of 1 and 3. So we will be back. And if we do not expand this to all zones, we are failing our community. So I look forward to continuing to work with you and the planning department so we can get this right. Thank you.
You. Our next speaker.
Edward Perkins, you need the spelling of.
I do not.
Oh, okay, thank you. So affordable housing, the last time I came up and spoke on an ordinance for affordable housing was when the Bayfront was passing, and it passed. and the good, great historic Bayfront Development Plan, Jersey City Together and New Jersey Together. A lot of good work there. 35% affordable housing, right? Right. So when I read this, I'm like, okay, at least 30, Mr. Baggiano, at least, I mean, can we start there or do better? Like any development in your ward or, you know, anything that you would support outside of your ward should be at least 35% or better. And like our auntie said, Miss Laverne, like, why are you not asking for more from developers? Like, we need more. I stand here as a Black man. I'm always down here on record because people of color and especially Black people hurt the most. We own the wealth gap. We own my people, we own the least. It's harder for us to rent than anybody. And in Jersey City, that's true. The mayor, this administration would make Jersey City your own. It's failed us. Okay, disproportionately harmed us more than anybody. I hate what I read on social media about you and your support in these new, and almost every new development going up with 0 affordable housing units. Do you really deserve our support because you're running again? This is in your ward. Do you deserve the people's support? I urge you to at least vote no, because you have to meet with the people of the public. This is indicative of what happened with this body with the CCRT. An embarrassment as it was reported. Okay, so everything is going through, but in the end, there was no community involvement in your plan moving forward for our mental health response.
If you can just state your name and spell it for me, I greatly appreciate it.
Sure. My name is Chris Lamb, Lamm.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. Good evening. The Affordable Housing Ordinance that's on the agenda tonight is an important first step, and we thank the council for considering it and for talking with us over the past couple of years about it and giving it your attention. And to city planning, the planning board, and people in the community who have participated in a variety of ways in getting us here. But let's be clear about this, that it's a baby step. And until we expand this to cover more of the redevelopment plan area, there's more work to do to facilitate affordable housing in Journal Square. As we've discussed previously, zones 1 and 3 are a tiny fraction of the redevelopment area, and they're largely built out or have approved plans already. It really only leaves about 8%, 7.68 to be exact, of Journal Square where this is applicable. Meanwhile, new proposals keep coming in zones 4, 4A, 5, 8. These zones make up more than 53% of the redevelopment plan area. And a lot of these are small scale projects, but some of them are big. In these zones, big lots mean big buildings. And more than 1 million square feet of land area in these zones are on large lots where large buildings are allowed to be built. Buildings in Zone 4 with corner bonuses or whole lot bonuses will be able to build hundreds of units in 20+ story buildings. And for now, no affordable units would be required. And that's simply unacceptable. So while this is an important first step, let's not rest on laurels here. Our members have asked for affordable housing to be included in all major projects over 30 units in Journal Square. This ordinance falls short of that goal. We have a lot of work to do. And every month we delay that work is another large building approved with 100% market rate luxury units. Affordable housing should be in every large building, regardless of which zone it's in. This should apply in all of the redevelopable zones, not just to 8% of Journal Square. Like the signs over here say, we need affordable homes in every zone. So let's keep momentum moving forward and do that for Journal Square. Thank you.
Our next speaker.
Good evening, Sean. Kevin Bing, BING.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I am here urging you to vote yes on this ordinance, but with deep reservations. I don't think I need to explain to anybody speaking at this dais or on the other side that our region is in a housing crisis. For years, we've created more jobs than housing, which has put the squeeze on the number of homes in our community and driven up rents. I've seen it firsthand. seniors being forced out of communities they help build, residents living in substandard conditions, and as we all know, there's a crisis of homelessness that's on the rise. I actually have a house on my block that is a one family with 2 bedrooms in it. And there are 9 names on the mailbox. I ask you, where are those people living? You think they're living in good standard housing that's up to code? Despite all this, I am urging you to vote yes on the ordinance. It's a compromise position that is spoiling a project that has been in the works, not just for years with you, Councilperson Baggiano, but as other advocates can speak, for decades. That said, and I think that we've come to a compromise on a sliver of land in the Journal Square plan so small that already has projects approved, so this affordable housing mandate won't add anything. That said, I think that this law will have great meaning to the individuals who ultimately move into those affordable units. And as the councilperson said, this can begin tomorrow. For that reason, I urge you to vote yes. And I would urge everyone in the room to see this as a pilot project. This is the first we've done on a redevelopment plan in the community. And I think we need to take this as a pilot project and build on it once the city is ready to get serious and put affordable homes in all zones. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening, Charles Harrington of Connell Foley. I'm here tonight because some of my clients who own property within zones 1 and 3 have asked me to appear to extend their support for the ordinance before you tonight. They own property that's undeveloped within 1 and 3 right now, and certain of these parcels, they have been looking at this and tracking it and seeing that this could be an opportunity to create, projects with the affordable housing consistent with these provisions. And some of them, we've been working with the councilman and the planning office, and I've been in some of the meetings with the community members over the last over a year. We were proposing similar amendments and language that you see tonight. Some of which is like the square footage accommodation within the ordinance. I mean, that's something that, our opinion from our experts was that maybe it needs to be a little bit higher, not the 5,000 square feet, maybe 7, but we think that'll be kind of flushed out in the future and see what happens and whether more tweaks are required or not, because at the end of the day, the project needs to work, right? It needs to be, something with affordable housing and something that as I've communicated to the councilman's office and the community members, some of the community members, you need an incentive that works on both sides of the table to move forward. So we're hoping it works. But in short, my clients support this. I also, though, have other clients who own properties in zones 4 and 5 and corner properties in zone 4 that would also like similar amendments and language for those properties. So I know you have the resolution on for later tonight, and the councilman said that's to open up the plan again. And I would encourage, the council to look at that. And I know planning and the councilman and the community can work through that to try to, find the appropriate properties and areas in the Journal Square area where this could work as well. Because like I said, I have property owners and clients that want to see that. And we have had these discussions, but, we encourage the council, to move forward tonight with this. It's his first step, but I'd also encourage all involved to take another look at the rest of the area, that what may be appropriate so that this can continue the momentum.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker.
Yeah, doing. First of all, no. We need affordable housing in the community. Y'all already know that. I don't know why y'all playing games with these people. This is not a clown show. Y'all know what's going on in the community. Y'all see the homeless. What y'all talking about, 2,500? I work at Jerry Walker. every day somebody coming looking for an apartment. I go over that list. The rent start at 2,000. Education given, you know it, because we about to live in your basement. Like that man said, 9 people on the mailbox, we're gonna be 25 on your block. You already know that. Come on, we gotta stop playing these games. We need affordable housing for our community. We don't need no developments coming in here telling us how to run our community. Y'all know that. Y'all walk in the community. Stop letting these people come in y'all community telling y'all what y'all need. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Tina. That was Tina Knowles. Ron.
Ron Simoncini, Sean, Jersey City Property Owners Association.
Ron, if you could just spell your name for the record for our court reporter.
Simoncini.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to be brief, not as brief or as impactful as the previous speaker. This is the oddest hearing I've been to in a long time because you don't hear people saying vote no and vote yes exclusively. A few people have done that. Most people are saying vote more, vote later, vote more carefully. But I think from the Property Owners Association point of view, our cohort is the rent control properties. We want to alleviate pressure on the rent control properties, and the only way to do that is to build more housing. And if the cohort of the new development includes affordable housing in the ratios that have been proposed here, that of course is something we support. Our concern is that even though there's a resolution to do more is hard to do. Oftentimes people end a race and what do? They're out of breath and they want to catch their breath first and they don't start another race for a long time. And that's our worry. Our worry isn't that this ordinance doesn't do something it should do. I think I echo a lot of speakers who've already said that. It does something it should do, but does it do it in a way that makes it harder to do more later, or that starts a different conversation, or that ends up with multiple agendas being concerned and considered here? And I don't begrudge anybody their agenda, because obviously we have one too. Oftentimes we're up here talking about how we want the rent control cohort to be regulated, and that's a very comfortable space for us. This space is not as comfortable, and I think probably many of you who read the recent emails I sent you recognize that we struggled to even figure out what we should do here and how we should do it. And I think a lot of that also is out of respect for Councilman Boggiano, who has had a fantastic career and made awesome contributions to the city, and no one wants to second guess him. And I'm not second guessing him here. I can't say yes or no either. I can say I would love it if there would be some more time in order to let the other districts and the other properties adjacent to the 1 and 3 be considered. Maybe that can't happen, maybe it can. I certainly expressed our concerns about whether or not some of the standards for considering this would have been met. I read all the whereases in today's ordinance, and all the whereases tell me I shouldn't be worried about that. That all the I's have been dotted and all the T's have been crossed. And so maybe I shouldn't be worried about it. And I hate to have such a mealy-mouthed, lame, non-committed position here, but that only says to me, does it really have to happen tonight? So I wish you luck with this. We support it in the sense that we want more affordable housing, but we'd like it to be more affordable housing, really.
Thank you, Ron. Okay, our next speaker, if you can state your name and spell your name for the record, I greatly appreciate it.
Good evening. I'm Jessica Shah, Jesika.
And SHAH. Thank you.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone, for your time and effort to help the community. I'm a resident of Jersey City for the past 37 years, and I'm also a real estate agent. I do support development, but I think it should be balanced. Councilman Boggiano mandated ask developers in District 1 and 3 of redevelopment area to build affordable housing. People are being pushed out of Journal Square area because of overdevelopment and high rent. We need affordable housing, and I know Mr. Boggiano is working on this issue for a long time. I understand that in order to affordable housing, the amendment had to provide accommodation in the form of the bonuses. And the final plan offers 5,000 square foot in bonus density for each affordable housing unit. That means the developers can build more than they're permitted. I am also active in Indian community, and I think we need to, protect India Square. Councilmember Jano has resolution on the agenda for city planning to study the Jonas Square redevelopment plan. I know there have been other issues such as parking and mapping that came up in the community meetings, but I urge you and request all the council members to say yes for affordable housing.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker, if you could state your name and spell your name for me, I greatly appreciate it.
Good evening. I'm Vasiliki Flanga. I've been talking with Portside Towers before. It's Vassiliki and then Flenga.
Thank you.
And I'm Val for most of the people. I'm coming here impromptu because I heard a gentleman in the green shirt and I said I would speak. So I don't have all the facts, but in 1998, when I got a job as a professor, assistant professor, I moved to Journal Square, what is now called Journal Squared, and where I paid $750 a month that I thought was very expensive. Now a studio there costs $3,300. I'm a mother of an African-American daughter. I want diversity in this city. My partner at this time, he was looking at the path and the people coming out of the path, and he said, this is like United Nations. And I loved that. I always loved that about this city. And this gentrification because I lived in Manhattan also, where you see all white people in the evening and all diverse people during the day because they're doing the work for the white people, I cannot stand it anymore. It's not fair. You need the diversity in this city. And that's all I have to say because I don't have any more facts, but I'm in support of this group and I'm in support of affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, you can just state your name and spell your name for the record.
My name's Amanda Daddario. I'll spell it Amanda, last name Daddario.
Arieo?
Ario.
Ario.
Yep.
Sorry. Thank you.
I'm a professional planner here on behalf of Journal Square Community Association. Through council, we submitted our preliminary planning report to the city council, which we would like to incorporate by reference and include within this record. We will not read it in verbatim here, but we'll try to express our main points within this testimony. As pointed out in our report, there are both procedural and substantive issues within the ordinance as proposed. As planners, and we as people here, we strongly support and appreciate and encourage all efforts to incorporate affordable housing whenever possible. However, the proposed amendment to exempt affordable housing in 10 of the 13 zones appears to be more restrictive than it is inclusive. The purpose of the amendment to mandate affordable housing is to provide ample opportunities for mixed income housing and create affordable units that align with state laws, case law, and the objectives of the Master and Redevelopment Plan. Both the master plan and the land use element adopted in 2021 emphasize the importance of creating inclusive, equitable community with diverse housing options. The master plan specifically states on page 60 that the city should strengthen policy and zoning regulations to prioritize affordability in future development and growth, especially in areas where development pressures overlap with socially vulnerable populations. The proposed ordinance amendment to the 2060 Journal Square redevelopment plan would restrict affordable housing options by limiting the applicability of accommodations like increased height allowance, FAR, and gross square feet to only zones 1, the core zone, and 3, the neighborhood commercial zone. There is much less land to develop in zones 1 and 3 than the actual land area due to the existing Path Transportation Center and the Hudson County Community College campus. So only focusing this ordinance on these areas ignores any other zones where affordable housing options may be necessary, and in areas where there are, to quote the master plan, socially vulnerable populations. In a June 10, 2024 memorandum, Planning Director Tanya Marione noted that zones 4 and 4A represent 42.7% of the entire redevelopment plan. She then questions, is it correct to exempt over 40% of the plan and then still meet this purpose? As this is the first of its kind, it will set precedents for regulations to follow. And as a professional planner, I believe that exempting all but 2 of the 13 zones from affordable housing accommodations contradicts the intentions of the master plan, the land use plan, and the redevelopment plan. It would be recommended to evaluate either all zones as a whole or each zone individually to establish appropriate affordable housing regulations that would more closely align with the stated purpose of the ordinance as well.
Thank you, Amanda. Our next speaker, if you can spell your name for us.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Jennifer Mazawey, M-A-Z-A-W-E-Y. W-E-Y. I'm an
Thank you.
attorney with the law firm K&L Gates, and I'm here this evening on behalf of the Journal Square Community Association. I'd like to speak to supplement the record with regard to correspondence from my office that was sent to council on August 6th and the planning report just alluded to of August 9th. As you know from working with the association for many years, and as you've heard here this evening, the association has always been supportive of affordable housing opportunities within the Journal Square 2060 redevelopment plan area and beyond. That support continues today. Do not be misled. We are not asking this council to vote no on this ordinance. However, we are requesting that the council table this current proposed ordinance for 2 very good reasons. One, there are procedural problems with the defeat of Ordinance 24-056, which was the more inclusive affordable housing ordinance, and the introduction and passage of this ordinance 24-065 that we believe could threaten the ordinance's effectiveness. And 2, there are substantive issues with excluding almost 60% of the plan area from this ordinance. Not only does the ordinance exclude almost 60% of the plan area from this ordinance, but as you've heard, the 40% that is included is not actually developable in that way, in part because of the significant land mass taken up by the Path Station and the Hudson County Community College within zones 1 and 3. At its July 10th meeting, the council summarily denied Ordinance 24-056 without public hearing, and then went on to introduce this ordinance without referring it to the planning board for consistency review. If it had, it is likely that the planning board would have found inconsistencies with its master plan goals of creating meaningful affordable housing opportunities and would have suggested amendments as it did with Ordinance 24-056. This is an opportunity for this council to enact real, meaningful, affordable housing legislation while also considering the councilman's stated concerns. It's accomplished by getting back to the table with the community stakeholders. Take the month now to draft real affordable housing legislation that is procedurally proper, meets the goals of the master plan, meets federal, state, and local requirements regarding affordable housing, and brings together all stakeholders. It will be time well spent, and it will allow the ensuing ordinance to be legally sustainable. Thank you.
If you can just say your name and spell it for me, please.
So my name is Miriam Taufilas, M-I-R-I-A-M, last name T-A-W.
You're going way too fast.
Sorry.
Slow down a little bit. Last name?
T-A-W-F-I-L-E-S.
Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Dear council members, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm here to urge you to vote yes on the second reading of Councilman Baggiano's mandatory amendment in the Journal Square redevelopment plan. As a lifelong resident of Jersey City and a member of the Bergen Square community, I have witnessed firsthand the impacts of our developments on our neighborhoods. I am actively involved in both my Egyptian Coptic community and the Jersey City Public Schools, and I have seen how the rapid development can affect our community. Councilman Baggiano has been a dedicated supporter of our community for over 20 years. He understands the need for a balanced approach to development that considers both progress and the well-being of the existing residents. Right now, our communities within the Journal Square and Bergen Square regions are experiencing the adverse effects of overdevelopment, with many lifelong residents being pushed out due to these rising costs. We need affordable housing, but it must be achieved thoughtfully. I recognize that the incentive for developers such as bonus density can encourage the creation of affordable units. However, this needs to be managed carefully. City planning currently allows 5,000 square foot bonus density per affordable housing unit, which means developers can build taller buildings than previously permitted. While this is appropriate in areas with existing tall structures like districts 1 and 3, it may not be suitable everywhere. In our community, located in districts 7 and 8, we have had concerns with recent developments. For instance, a proposed high-density project on 829 Bergen Avenue was met with resistance from our community and local leaders, including some council people. Unfortunately, the developer's plan was approved and then sold off the next month. This raises the question of the trustworthiness of some of these developers. If bonus densities are applied indiscriminately, we risk allowing developments that may not align with our community's needs. I'm also aware that Councilman Baggiano has a resolution on the agenda for city planning and further study of the Journal Square redevelopment plan. The study could address various issues, including our parking and zoning concerns. This resolution would allow for a thorough examination while the second ordinance amendment on affordable housing still proceeds. In conclusion, I just wanted to urge you to support the second reading ordinance of Councilman Baggiano's mandatory affordable housing. Please vote yes to provide necessary bonus densities in districts 1 and 3, ensuring that affordable housing can begin promptly. Thank you all for your attention and support tonight.
Thank you. Our next speaker. You can state your name and spell your name. I greatly appreciate it.
Osman Ghani, spelling Osman Gani.
Thank you.
Dear council member, thank you for your time and support to the community. You're all very special to me. I always wanted to thank Councilman Baggiano for always helping residents in the community. Please vote yes on the second reading of the Councilman Baggiano's mandatory amendment in Journal Square redevelopment plan. I have been in the Jersey City for over 31 plus years. My children were educated and brought up in here. One of my sons is a doctor, and one of my daughter is a director for one of the biggest company. So also I am a Hudson County Committee member, and I work for the city for the code compliance as an inspector. I own few properties in a Journal Square redevelopment area in the District 8. Councilman Baggiano mandatory amendment asks developer in District 1 and 3 of we need affordable housing, and I know Councilman Baggiano has been working very hard on this issue for a long time. I'm also active in the Indian community, plus I always serve and I give service for the community in a senior citizen, and any part of Newark Avenue they need help, I'm always there as a committee member. I also see that Councilman Baggiano has a resolution on the agenda for the city planning study, the Journal Square redevelopment plan. I know that these have been other issues. This resolution can continue to study of the redevelopment plans while the second reading ordinance amendment on affordable housing can start now. In conclusion, Council member, please vote yes on the Councilman Bojano's amendment so that affordable housing can start now. Thank you for your time. Appreciate all your help to the community. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
My name is Chris Xiao.
You have to bring the mic up to you.
Hi, my name is Chris Xiao,
Can you spell your name, please?
Xiao. Did you get it? Last name Xiao.
S
X
X.
zero.
Sorry, it's
Yeah. Sorry, I've been waiting for too long. That I almost lose my voice.
okay.
I'm not an expert in the affordable housing projects. Actually, I was not prepared to talk initially, but then after listening to so many people talking about this, I think this has been a failure project anyway in the last few years, or maybe 10 years. I don't know. But I do have a single bedroom apartment in Journal Square. And 2 years ago, I have my tenants coming from New York. And their rent there is $2,800 a month. Coming to Jersey City, they save us $300. But from 2017 to now, my property tax increased from $6,000 to $8,000. Tell me, how can I make it possible for these people to stay on the same rent? I probably have to increase it to $2,800 a month. And that will take them out back to New York, or maybe somewhere else outside Jersey City or New Jersey. So my suggestion is that before you're talking about any affordable housing projects, you should make the housing affordable to regular people as well, not just those low-income people. Reduce your tax, property tax. Reduce your spending. Councilman, you are get paid by the taxpayers to do your jobs. If the review in the last few years, you haven't get a project working fine, and then you see all this tall building in the Journal Square area, that means the developer, they have to somehow digest those tax costs to make the building even bigger, more condensed, more luxury, and driving all the regular people out of the town. That's all.
What is your first name?
Chris.
Chris? Thank you. Our next speaker.
Hi. Good evening, Sonia Kirschner, Sonja Kirschner. You know that, Sean, right?
Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to say real quick to the people who are concerned about having affordable housing in their neighborhoods. We at Portside witness every single day who the people are we should be really scared of. It's the super rich developers and the greedy landlords. They mistreat people every single day. They don't communicate through the most dangerous emergencies like fires and floods. You will hear more about that later from the Portsiders, of course. They force people out of their homes. These are the people we should be scared of, not the people on the receiving end of affordable housing. As a daughter of a mom and pop landlord who try to do their best to make housing affordable for everyone, I can tell you low income does not equal delinquent. For the super rich on the other side, we have a ton of evidence here in Jersey City what their behavior does to the city and its people. Thank you.
Our next speaker, if you can.
Hi, my name is Nishant Shrivastava, Nishant.
And last name is Srivastava.
That's right.
Thank you. You hear it? Sorry, I got to spell it again for my court reporters. Last name is Srivastava.
That's correct.
Go ahead, sir.
First of all, thank you. Thank you so much for Councilman giving me such an opportunity to talk about it. And it has been seriously a pleasure and honor to speak in front of you and talking about some serious issues which is happening in Jersey City right now.
let me take a step back. Like, I've been in Jersey City from last 6 years. The situation was really different than which is now. And it's all changed because of all the housing prices, which has been shoot up, like, which is really not affordable for the people like, whose average scale in earning, right? Which is average scale of earning, which is 87,000 and odd, right? If you look at it, if the prices, which is in Jersey City for the 1-bedroom apartment, which is in good condition, I mean, it's gonna be at least $2,000, which is almost 50% of the earning, which we are doing right now as an average. So my question, and then probably the one suggestions to all councilmen to please say yes to this amendment. I do see a wonderful initiative which has been taken by Mr. Borgiano. It is gonna help to the common people. It's gonna help to everyone who is there as part of one Jersey City, one unity. We are talking about diversity and inclusion. We are not talking about diversity and exclusion. We want the people to be there in Jersey City with us, not without us. We cannot live with all people without us. New Jersey is a garden state. It's not something God has made this garden state. It is something the people who live in city, they make it a garden state. It's very important to not to walk in the garden, but also see the effort which has been happening in garden across to maintain it, to serve it. That's one of the example. Now, it is also very important for the people to understand affording houses is a great opportunity for living in together, being unit, being together, and then inclusion start with word I. It has to start within themselves. That's where I'm trying to take in help from you and say, hey, say yes to this vote. Now I'm actually living with my wife and my kid. And it is very important for me also to give them a good life. The place where I'm living right now, it is good to live, but can it be better? Yes, it can be better. Can I afford it? I cannot afford it. I'm sorry for that. And this is where I need support from the official like you to make this Jersey City an affordable place by providing some of these kind of amendments to make Jersey City livable for all common people.
Thank you.
My name is Sonia Smith. That's SONIA SMITH.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. I actually came here for another issue, but I guess this is the right time and the right place when certain things is going on. And I think I'm a prime example of why affordable housing is needed. Currently, I live in Kerry Woods Public Housing Authority. I've been there for 12 years. I used to live in Booker T Public Housing 12 years ago. I actually make $7 and some change more now than I did back then, and I can't afford no other housing. I live with 2 grown children, my daughters. One is disabled, she's 27, she has sickle cell disease. We're in a 2-story apartment, the bedrooms are upstairs. 50% chance, 50% times she have to stay downstairs because they're going back and up the steps. There's applications in for change, nothing has happened. My other daughter is in NJCU right now. She chose to live on campus so she could study on her master's while she's in school because of the noise and living in public housing. But unfortunately, we can't afford our own place separately. So we have to live together. I'm 51 years old. I don't want to live with no grown kids. But quote unquote, public housing won't give us a split because they don't have no kids. And other people say, well, you lucky because you're in a 4-bedroom. No, I'm not lucky. My great aunt died 12 years ago. They still didn't move me. So I'm paying between $200 and $400 extra every single month because I'm in a 4-bedroom. But I don't want to be there. I have no choice but to live there. Now, if we go back to, my daughter lives on campus. Last year, June, July, and August, my rent was $2,051. because they counted her income because her college letter stated school starts in June, but you, no, you had to live
Sonia,
on campus in
Sonia,
June.
I'm going to stop you 1 second. I'm going to stop your time for a second. So this public hearing is strictly on this ordinance. I know you're listed as a speaker. That's the time to bring up what you're bringing up now. We have to actually stay on the subject, and I know your subject is very important, and I know you want to broadcast that, but you have to stay on the subject of the ordinance in order to speak during the public hearing of the ordinance.
Okay.
Sorry.
So I ended with saying, I'm a prime example why it's needed.
Thank you.
Michael Manzo, Manzo, lifelong Jersey City resident. Good evening, council members, friends, enemies, neighbors. I'm here tonight because we're in the middle of a lot of development, okay? But we have to remember, not only we give approval to development, the way they portray their development is just as important, because it's not the development that makes Jersey City great. It's the people that have lived here for a long time. And putting up one new building, if they take away our parking spaces, they close out our street with all their furniture, their equipment all over. They start at 5 o'clock in the morning. They line our streets with hundreds of cement trucks. They work on weekends. They work at times where they shouldn't, and we don't do anything about it. One good development doesn't help any of our neighborhoods become any better. The next thing I want to say is affordability, affordable housing. Although there's a formula there, at the rate we're going, we should raise the minimum wage to about $35 for the residents of Jersey City to be part of this affordable housing. We have to do something to tweak it so more of Jersey City could stay in Jersey City, so this development benefits Jersey City. Not every project works in every area of the city, and I appreciate the opportunity to work with many groups, council members in the past, where the numbers don't tell you the story. It's the neighborhood, it's the people that tell you, yeah, it's a go or it's not a go. I think it's a dual track, and since we've had the opportunity to meet with many of the people that want to come to our city, the great city, we have the opportunity for dialogue. And now is the time where we can ask and receive to better our neighborhoods, better our communities. There are a lot of factors that make a decision a smart decision. We have to look at the planning, the infrastructure, the schools, traffic flow, a lot of different things. At this time, we have a start. We have a plan in motion. I say, let's approve this plan, let's move forward, and let's use intelligence to plan our next move after this approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Good evening. Wendy, W-E-N-D-Y, Paul, Peas and Peter, A-U-L.
Thank you.
With the Jersey City Apartment Owners Association. Good evening, Council. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address you this evening. In one of the rarest occasions, the builder community and community members support the creation of affordable housing and actually have a common denominator with community activists who are also here to support the creation of affordable housing. One of the rarest occasions. However, where the ordinance falls short is the narrow selection of only zones 1 and 3, these set aside for these set-asides and bonuses. Further, the planning board's mandatory affordable housing requirements took into consideration both the need to create affordable units and create economic development opportunities for builders to add to the much-needed housing supply. Legislation to limit the creation of housing to only 2 zones, which in large part have already been spoken for by larger builders, will only continue to benefit the existing structures and the builders in the areas located closest to Jerome Square Path in the immediate area. Limiting the creation of additional housing is primary and arguably the most problematic issue with this ordinance. Skipping ahead, as many other people here have already made the same statements of what challenges the creation of the additional to the supply. The creation of housing has greater benefits that extend far beyond the fabrication of units. Building units creates jobs and generates related economic development. According to the National Association of Builders, for every 50 units built, nearly 60 jobs are created, including 20+ direct construction jobs and other jobs providing goods and services to the builders. The incentives outlined in the mandatory affordable housing requirement makes the creation of housing possible even in this tight economic climate. A vote on the ordinance is welcome only with the immediate introduction of the available zones in the Journal Square 2060 plan to draw upon the benefits and incentives toward the creation of housing, not just the prime locations near the path, while leaving the rest of Journal Square behind. A scheduled plan to phase in the remaining zones should have been included with these amendments and must be introduced immediately at the next council meeting. The application of these amendments to all available zones will spur not only the creation of housing and additional incentive to voluntarily contribute to the affordable housing supply, but also adds to the creation of jobs and economic development. I urge the council to replicate the formula of success not only in Journal Square, but eventually model it throughout the city. Thank you very much.
Hey, whenever you're ready.
I am. Dear Council President Pro Tem Ridley and council members, thank you for all of your support and guidance on this 2-year journey. It's been 2 years that Councilman Boggiano has been working on this. Now, let me just tell you what this is, because people seem to be confused. This is mandatory affordable housing. Mandatory, the first of its kind all throughout Jersey City. Mandatory. That means all developers, 30 units or more, must build affordable housing. Okay? No one is saying no to affordable housing. Everybody wants affordable housing. This is the first time that we see mandatory affordable housing. And I'm sorry, Edward, I could only get 10%. I will keep on working on it with Councilman Boggiano, I promise. But mandatory, I'm going to say that 10 more times because it is a beautiful word, and it took us a long time. Now, everybody does want affordable housing. That's not the problem here. What the problem that everybody is fighting for is bonus density. That's the problem. What is bonus density? Bonus density is the incentive for developers to build affordable housing. It allows them to build taller, okay? It's a loophole. So if you can only build up to 10 floors, if this was enacted in other districts, instead of 10 floors, it's now 20. Residents all over Jersey City are fighting bonus density, right? Councilman Boggiano created the development watchdog group in the planning and zoning board meeting because we kept on seeing each other at meetings and fighting. We never saw these guys because they love density, right? But downtown is fighting proposed hotel height on Newark Avenue. The Heights was fighting density on Palisades. The church was fighting density on 829 Bergen Avenue. Sorry, Arvinder. But that's the fight there, bonus density. There are 12 districts in Journal Square redevelopment plan, and the councilman is proposing the plan that everybody supports. Everybody wants bonus development in districts 1 and 3. That is not in disagreement here. Everybody. Don't listen to the community partner who stopped being our community partner when they started fighting with us, or they started fighting with city planning, or they didn't listen to the residents of the community. Please vote yes and support mandatory affordable housing.
Thank you.
Motion to close.
Okay.
Okay.
Hold on. Everybody, let's be respectful of one another. I have to ask the question. Anyone
Motion to
else
close.
would like to be heard? Because this is still a public hearing on City Ordinance 24-065.
Second.
Motion to close made by Councilperson Rivera, seconded by Councilperson Soleil, on the motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-065, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Bajano.
Aye.
Councilperson Soleil.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeJeece.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Pro Temp Ridley.
Aye.
Motion to close the public hearing on City Ordinance 24-065 is approved 8-0 with Council President Waterman absent. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 24-065, Councilperson Prinzary.
So first of all, thank you to the number of groups that have been working on this plan over the last couple of years, the Journal Square Community Association, Councilman Boggiano's office, our city planning staff. And as you can see, when we have these conversations about affordable housing and what it means, it can get very contested, whether it's inclusionary zoning ordinances or these amendments to the plan. I think that this is a good step forward with 1 and 3. I know it's a smaller part, but it's also some of the places where people can build the tallest buildings. So while 10% may be left, the numbers are still going to work in community favor because they're going to be taller buildings altogether. So more units, more percentage of affordability, is going to yield the same thing as if you were doing it in some of these zones that might have the ability to build to maybe 8 or 10 stories, but not go higher than that. So I think that this is also an interesting opportunity to do some things with our redevelopment plans that we don't always do, which is open them up and study them when they get close to the 10-year mark. Our cities grow sometimes slowly and then sometimes very quickly. Journal Square is a prime example of that. I know in my own ward, we have a couple of zones that are similar situations where the difference between going to 10 stories and 17 stories is 250 feet, right? These things as cities grow and change need to be examined. I have worked with the councilman and with the leadership of some of these groups over the course of this time. The commitment is there to continue to do so over the next couple of weeks and possibly months as we look at other amendments once some of these studies are done. I think that there are changes that can be made to these zones that will be able to capture the appetite for the affordable housing that we need, with also sort of thinking about the neighborhoods where they live. So with that, I vote aye.
Councilperson Bajano.
Over the past several years, I've seen too many people have to move out of the city because they can't afford the rents. It's about time we have some affordable housing. I also want to preserve certain neighborhoods and keep the people here. And well, that issue comes up with taxes and everything, but it's about time we have some affordable housing. We have to keep our people here and maybe bring back some of the people that left the city. I vote yes.
Councilperson Soleil.
By God, I've done seen it all. I swear to God. You have the developers on one side and then the community. And for once, you guys seem to be in agreement over, this plan, this affordable housing plan. And there are some folks that say, first, I just want to thank everyone that came out, right? Like, thank you to all those that spoke. I know most of you and just really appreciate your voice and all your work that you've done throughout this whole process. Now, this ordinance is essentially, is not limiting anything. It's creating an opportunity that never wouldn't have existed had it not been for Councilman Boggiano and the community and all the stakeholders coming together to push this. Now, does it go far enough? No, I agree with you there. However, there are certain things that we have to discuss as a community, because if we just blanket put it out there, this is a bonus density, the issue is the bonus density. So for every 1,000 square feet of affordable housing, the developers can get 5,000 square feet in return. And when you have 1 to 2 family homes and all of a sudden this council passes something that says all of Journal Square, now you can have this bonus density, and where there used to be 1 to 2 families, you can now build up to like 7 to 12 stories. That is not really compatible with those particular pockets within the community. Now, I agree, we need affordable housing. I agree that this is a great first step, a moon landing moment for Journal Square, and we should roll it out to other areas within Journal Square. I think we should do it responsibly. I think that Councilman Bogiano did put the resolution so that planning can study it. And we're not done. Michael, you said earlier, like, you know, if we have the stomach for this fight to continue to put our energy towards it, you know, and I can tell you that this council, you know, with you, Katie, we're here with you guys. We're gonna make it right. We're gonna work together so that we can expand affordable housing. We have a housing crisis in this country, and there's no shadow of a doubt we need to build more units. But if you rolled it out to the 1 to 2 families, their taxes are gonna go up. People are gonna come out and snap up those homes very quickly, right? So that mailbox that has 9 people on it, that house is gonna get sold. So we need to be very delicate in the way that we do things. But it's not lost on me. The affordable housing should have happened 30 years ago, as another audience member has stated with Newport. So, but here we are. We're here to fix what we can in the time that we're given. And with that, I vote aye. And, you know, thank everyone for their participation, and Councilman Bogiano and the entire council. Thank you.
Councilperson Solomon.
Sure. At our last meeting in July, I voted against removing the city planning board's recommended ordinance for the exact reason that Mr. Ehrman mentioned, that it was reducing the amount of mandatory affordable housing in Journal Square from 75% to 10%. And given the extraordinary need for affordable housing in this city, given some of the testimony today, but given what every single one of us hears if we do our jobs from our community, is that the rent is too high and too many Jersey City residents are being pushed out of the city. I was struck by the vast majority of the comments today didn't ask us to vote no. They asked us to either accept this as a baby step, which was one of the phrases used, and or give us more time. I certainly think from discussing with my colleagues, there aren't the votes to extend the timeline. So it's either a vote to take a step forward or to vote no and have nothing. Given that choice, I think that this is a step forward, and I want to acknowledge that. And so I'll be voting yes. I do want to say, I know how much work was taken by both the council office and community members together to get to this place. And there was a lot of internal resistance, and that hasn't really been discussed today. But I want to acknowledge that there was a ton of work put in over a full year to overcome a lot of resistance to even get to this place. And I think it's a model moving forward. But I also want to acknowledge that the folks who are fighting for more aren't doing so from any malintention. They're doing so because they see the desperate need for more affordable housing, and they see how the plan has shrunk from April to today. And that's a real thing, and that's what their motivation is. So it's a tough situation. We know where everyone's coming from, and I sort of vote yes with a commitment to work with all to expand to the additional zones moving forward.
Thank you. Councilperson Gilmore.
First and foremost, thank everyone for coming out to speak. I think this is really our democracy's cornerstone when people come and articulate their views, whether it's indifference than a major point of view or not. I think it's good to have this type of dialogue. For me, when I'm looking at this legislation, of course, I'm pro affordable housing. I'm a recipient of affordable housing. I advocate for affordable housing. So I understand the need. I would love to have seen a bigger percentage for the affordable housing, especially in Journal Square, given how that community is rapidly changing, almost quicker than downtown. It's like really rapidly changing with everything going on in Journal Square. But I do feel that, you know, we have to maintain a certain continuity with the 1 and 2 family homes in Jersey City. We want affordable housing. I don't think anyone is against that. It's just a matter of how do we get to that point. So for me, I do want to thank the councilman for working on this legislation and working with the community. I was taken aback a little bit to hear that communication have broke off amongst certain community groups and things like that. I always think that communication is healthy, whether you disagree or not. The essence of communication is very healthy. So given all of that, I'll vote aye on it. And again, while it is a baby step, I am knowledgeable of that. This is not a major win. I'm not, hooping and hollering. But nonetheless, it's movement. It's movement in the right direction. So with that, I'll vote aye.
Thank you. Councilperson DeGise.
Thank you to everyone who came out to speak today. Thank you very much to the councilman's office who, worked tirelessly on this, but also incorporated the entire council every step of the way, taking in our feedback and ideas, and that's why this rollout occurred this way. Thank you to the other groups that came out, even if you were in opposition. Thank you for, your participation in this, and don't allow your disagreement now to stop the talks, because this does need to continue. As somebody else said, this is a baby step, but we can't delay affordable housing coming tomorrow, especially in the core development zone of this ward. I do expect to see more zones added as quickly as possible, and I'm going to continue to work with the councilman diligently and the city to expand it through the rest of Ward C to make sure that there are more affordable zones, but also as this can serve as a framework to other parts of the city, like the South Side, which are not as developed. And development is coming. Just as downtown was developed, the Heights and Journal Square, it's coming to the South Side. There needs to be a framework in place that guarantees mandatory affordable housing and also affordable housing for workforce level as well, not just the lowest level. So before that development gets to the South Side, we need to work on this framework. And I know it's a baby step, and I know it's slower than people want, not as inclusive as people want now, but that doesn't mean that it ends. So I vote aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
So I guess I'm not going to get any claps. So listen, I really wanted this to go back to the drawing board because as it really stands, we are looking at between 75 and 80% less housing. Don't let this fool you. I mean, I don't understand why we can't go back to the drawing board and come back next month and say, okay, let's include, planning had all the zones included. Why don't we just include all the zones? It'll be more affordable housing for everybody. So unfortunately, I vote no.
And Council President Pro Temp Ridley.
Okay, so this is a tough one because I think that something very important was said by the community, the Journal Square organization, community organization. Two important things. One was that they would like to go back to the drawing board and sit down again. And then two, they actually provided a way to ensure the safety of those 1 and 2 family homes by looking at square footage. So I think that needs to be acknowledged, and I think that needs to be definitely revisited with the council, either Councilman Borgiano or for somebody else to kind of look at that and make some amendments to this. I totally get where people are that they want to start something now. So because they want to start something now, I'm going to vote yes. But I think that we need to definitely acknowledge what was said here today from the community and those suggestions, because I think they are valid suggestions that need to be implemented into this plan. So with that, I vote yes.
City Ordinance 24-065 is adopted 7-1 with Councilperson Rivera voting no. Okay, before we move on, there is one item we would like to remove from the table agenda. We tried to do it at the last council meeting, but we do need this ordinance. Sorry. So it's item number 11.8, City Ordinance 24-046 on the tabled agenda. It's an ordinance granting a temporary construction easement to the New Jersey Department of Transportation for construction of drainage system along Route 7 affecting real property owned by the City of Jersey City, known as Block 287, Lot 5, as shown on the official tax maps of the town of Kearney. This was tabled after the close of the public hearing on June 12th, 2024, and was brought back and then retabled at the last meeting on July 10th. So, council members, I need a motion to remove ordinance 24-046 from the tabled agenda. May I have a motion?
Motion.
So the motion was made by Council President Pro Temp Ridley
Second.
and seconded by Councilperson Saleh. On the motion to remove ordinance 24-046 from the tabled agenda, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Pro Temp Ridley.
Aye.
Motion to remove ordinance 24-046 from the tabled agenda is approved 8-0 with Councilperson President Waterman absent. For final consideration and adoption of City Ordinance 24-046, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Pro Temp Ridley.
Aye.
City Ordinance 24-046 is adopted 8-0 with Council President Waterman absent. Okay, before we get to our public speakers, again, we do have a public hearing on the 2024-2025 Journal Square Special Improvement Assessment Roll and Budget. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion.
Motion to close the public hearing on the 2024-2025 Journal Square Special Improvement District Assessment Roll and Budget was made by Councilperson. Are you coming up to speak on the Journal Square budget?
Oh, SID.
Okay, come on up.
My name is Chris.
You got to lift the mic, sir.
Yep, okay. My name is Chris Xiao, spelled as Xiao. I went to the IRS websites to look up the form 990 of this company, SID company. It has a tax return for 2016, 2018, 2021, 2022. There's quite a few years they do not do any tax return, while they're paying a $4,500 accounting fee. I'm not sure how effective this organization is doing their business. Is there any officer from the company tonight present? No?
Oh, well, I guess.
Your mic's not on.
Ms. Sharm. There is a representative here tonight if they need to speak about it.
Right. Can you answer me whether anyone in the companies get paid? Do they get paid?
I would recommend giving you a minute 30 left. You might want to just answer your questions and we can have the council or the SID come speak about it after.
Okay.
Can you talk to him on the side after he?
All right. Let me just go ahead with my questions further. All right. I believe the company do very little. The websites, the social media for the company has very little posts. I'm not sure how many meetings have been done this year so far. How many projects have been done? They have only used the one independent contractor for all the 4 or 5 years. regarding my property in Newell Avenue. 2021, the SID fee is $24. Next year, $15. 2022, $15. For the 2024, it goes up to $65. That's 416%. What the rate height. I just wonder, for the same team, what different they have done for the next year? How can you believe they will do something better? And then each year they have $275 surplus of funds. What they are doing? They have 340K assets. Why cannot using that?
This is still a public hearing on the 2024-2025 Journal Square Special Improvement Assessment Roll and Budget. Any member of the public wishing to be heard, please come up to the podium and state your name for the record.
Motion.
Second.
Motion to close the public hearing on the 2024-2025 Journal Square Special Improvement Assessment Roll and Budget was made by Councilperson Saleh, seconded by Councilperson Bajiano. On the motion to close the public hearing, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Bajiano.
Aye.
Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon. He stepped out. Okay. Councilperson Gilmore. Councilperson DeGise.
Stepped away.
Councilperson Rivera. Stepped away. And Council President Pro Temp Ridley.
Aye.
Okay, motion to close the public hearing carries 6-0 with council members Solomon, Rivera, and Council President Waterman absent. All right, before we get on to our public speaking portion of the meeting, I believe our Corporation Council would like to address the Municipal Council and members of the public. Just give me 1 second so I can get the camera on you. Can we please close that back door, whoever's back? I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. 1 second, Brittany, I'm sorry.
You don't have to do it.
Want to make sure you're on camera. All right, Brittany, you're on.
Sure. At the request of the council, just wanted to provide a brief update on the Portside matter. I did provide the council with a confidential memo. The recalculations of the base rent was completed. It was provided to all the parties last week on August 7th. All the parties are reviewing. They have a few extra days to review and provide any objections or comments to it. We are proceeding in the federal court. All the parties are there. We have a scheduling order from the court. The federal court will be monitoring it and moving us forward through discovery and any of the other appeals processes through that. So everything else is being litigated, moving on, and we'll continue from there.
Berthy, what are the parties reviewing?
The calculations themselves, commenting.
Oh, so they'll give their feedback on what we think, and then ultimately.
Correct.
The court is going to.
Yep.
Whatever decision they decide.
Well, the parties will continue. The court's going to come up with briefing schedules if we have to continue. As I've explained to the council, we're in the federal court instead of the state court. The prerogative writ action, the federal court has said they will handle that as well. How we previously told you, it goes up through the state court. Now, since we're in the federal court, the judges can handle that as well.
Just for the sake of the calculations, so you saying that so are they still negotiating with the count? That's what I'm confused.
Chiron has provided the calculations. They get to review and make comments on it, and then the court is going to continue to monitor it. They can still make their arguments as to whether or not they agree or disagree. That's what we're litigating.
But the point is, what I'm saying is, irregardless whether they agree or disagree, we're saying as a municipality that we think it should be this.
Correct. We've done that. Yep. We've provided
Okay,
those.
that's what I was going to be. Okay.
And can I just ask a follow-up question? If either party objects to the recalculations provided, What's the process by which they do so? Does that go to the landlord tenant office, or is that now in the court's hands? What's the process of objecting to that?
It's in the court's hands. So right now, the court has entered an order telling the parties to object by a certain date or to provide their comments by a certain date. And then, like I just explained, how a prerogative writ is normally an appeal of the municipal body decision that goes through the Superior Court. The federal court is going to be handling that now. So the judge will put together a briefing schedule for that.
Thank you.
So just to confirm, we've provided all of the, the rent figures that we've been asked to or need to at this point.
Correct.
From the city. Okay.
Okay,
All right, Sean.
alrighty. With that being said, I want everyone to pay close attention to your agenda because I'll be calling the number and the first name of the speaker. So with that being said, I see that Laverne left. She was probably wanted to re-celebrate her birthday again. Next speaker, 5.2, David. Is David here? Hearing none. 5.3, Abina. Not here. 5.4, I know Tina didn't leave.
Tina, oh no, she right.
What's your base?
Can't come down there.
Oh, well, you will leave when it's time for me to speak. You and you saw. Hey, y'all, go ahead.
Good.
Hi, guys. How y'all doing today? Yes, I'm glad to be back. I was gone for a minute. So I just wanted to let y'all know, justice for Drew. Justice for Drew. So I just wanted to say I'm very disappointed that we didn't get the funds for the mental health. By me working for Jerry, a lot of people come through there for mental health. We actually had a phone call last week for somebody was looking for some type of help. We should not have to be begging of looking for funds for something like this. And we should remember that this happened to the family in our community. So we should all try to work together to make sure that anti-violence them get the funds so we'll be able to have someone that we'll be able to go to or talk to about mental health. Or make sure whoever in the community that's in the community that we are able to get the funds so whoever need help, they'll be able to get help and nobody family will ever have to go through what Drew family had went through. And we'll never forget what happened to him. And I also want to talk about, guys, I thank Jerry Walker for coming up together as helping out with some of the young guys from welfare. A lot of them have been receiving apartments and stuff like that. We need more community. We need more nonprofits in the community that have doors that we are able to open, that people are able to go in and get help. We shouldn't have to come here and continue to ask for help in Ward F. We all know to see how Ward F is. If you in the community, you'll definitely see what's going on inside our community. So we definitely just asking for y'all to come out together and make sure that we come together for justice for Drew. Make sure we come together for nonprofits. Make sure we come together for community. Make sure we come together so we can continue to heal our community and make it in a better place. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker, 5.5, Graham. Is Graham here? No, thank you. 5.6, Stephen. Stephen's not here. 5.7, Michael.
Hello again. I'm not going to use all of my 3 minutes. I'm very happy that we've started. As we go forward, a couple of comments. We're going to be providing to the council once a month a record of any developments over 30 units in the excluded districts that have been approved by city planning, so we can tell the urgency of going forward with the rest. The second thing I wanted to notice is we've been citing some statistics tonight, and the city council has all of them. A member of the Journal Square Community Association Board, George Zalepa, has prepared some marvelous information analyzing the entire district. And I want to thank him for that and say that they will provide us with a lot of guidance going forward. Specifically, in that information, we identify by numbers the number of parcels that are in the excluded districts that are 5,000 square feet or more. Now is good information going forward, because you can easily write an amendment that limits application to the other districts to properties of 5,000 square feet or more. That excludes the 1 to 4 family lots. You can put a time limit in it and say it's only as of the date of the effectiveness of the amendment. And then you've captured all of the larger properties in those other districts. There may be other ways to doing it, but I'm saying it's not all that complicated going forward to figure out what we're going to do. The other thing I'll finish with, I worked at HUD back in the 70s and late 80s. And, we struggled through all of this, but the reason we do is because the feds killed all of their major housing programs back in 1980. And ever since, we've been trying to put IZOs together. We've been trying to put federal tax credits. Hopefully, one of the results, because it's being discussed at this election, is that the feds will start be putting more housing resources on the table, because the most logical way to do all of this is with money, not with all of these things we're working on. But thank you for working with us. We appreciate this step, and we'll see you again.
Thank you. Our next speaker, 5.8, Amory.
Good evening, council and community members here tonight. This is a very solemn month for Jersey City. As Tina mentioned, on August 27th, we marked the 1-year anniversary of the death, the killing of Andrew Drew Washington on Randolph Avenue. Our state did a prudent and compassionate thing. New Jersey created the Seabrooks Washington Community-Led Crisis Response Act, funding community-led nonprofits to enhance de-escalation that they do, stabilization and follow-up for persons in mental health or substance use crises. We in Jersey City and Jersey City Together started our advocacy effort beginning and thinking that we only had one hurdle that we had to jump. And that hurdle was to get the city to adopt and implement a behavioral health response program for mental health crises. Now, 3 years at this effort to get this program, what we realized is there were really 2 big hurdles. And the prior hurdle was this one. It was the changing the culture of the city's administration. That's what it's going to take in addition to our other efforts to get this done. Where lead staff of the city don't hear their community, don't listen to the elected representatives of this community. You, the 8 tonight, but usually 9 councilors who represent the community and the neighborhoods that they live in. The 3 council designees and 1 community member who were tasked to shepherd through our behavioral health 911 response program were not allowed by this administration to see or review the proposal as it was being developed, the proposal for Seabrooks Washington funding. We all know that the proposal failed. Jersey City received 0, no funding from that act, named for our own Drew Washington. As we go forward to achieve a bona fide 911 behavioral health program through the Anti-Violence Coalition proposal, through our efforts to get Arrive Together and our RFP resuscitated, we offer you, the council, our voices to move this administration to recognize its community, to listen to its community representatives, to hear our voices. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.9, Susan.
Susan here? Oh. Next, speaker 5.10, Christopher. I know he was here. Oh, there you go.
All right. So first of all, thank you for your attention to the affordable housing issue in Journal Square. It's an important issue. And as we mentioned, this is a baby step. And in case y'all were wondering, that was me who said that. So I did want to just kind of clear up a couple of technical things, and I think it's important. I think one, the Journal Square Community Association, this has been an important issue for us for years and for our members, and they've been asking for something to be done about it. And so we've been working cooperatively with city planning, with our councilman's office, with all of you throughout. And I don't like any insinuation that anything other than that has been the case. So we are open to working with you all and want to continue working with you all because, as we mentioned, there's more work to do. Second is the issue of 1 to 2 family homes. Excluding them from affordable housing mandates does not protect 1 to 2 family homes in Journal Square. Redevelopment plan in zones 4 and 4A. There are a lot of 1 to 2 family homes today, but the redevelopment plan allows larger buildings there as of right. And that doesn't change whether we include affordable housing in those developments or not. So I think that's really important. And we think that affordable housing in buildings that are especially large in those zones, and there are some corner lot bonuses and things where you can have 20-story buildings in zone 4, that it's important to include affordable in those larger buildings because they're going to be large buildings and affordable units should be in them. So yeah, I think that's all my points. But again, I just want to thank you guys for your attention to date and thanks in advance for continuing to work with us. We'll be back.
Thank you. Our next speaker, 5.11, Hideka? No. 5.12, Nasia? I think she left.
Oh, yes.
Next speaker, 5.13, Lula? No.
No.
Next, 5.14, Michelle? No. And next, 5.15, Tom.
Great coming up, Sean. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for passing the ordinance today. As so many people said, it is a quote baby step. I want to do a few things, including clarifying some comments that are unfortunate that were made at the end. But first, let me say a word about the Journal Square Community Association. We have over 120 members who are dedicated to caring about Journal Square and Jersey City. They come, we clean up the streets voluntarily. None of us are on the taxpayer dime. We volunteer our time, our energy, our blood, sweat, and tears to make Journal Square better. And to the point about bonus density, it's already happening. I listed before the zones, including the same zone where the councilman lives, is being subject to higher density already without any mandates. So we're not pro more density. We just want what's being built to be affordable for our residents. And I also want to clarify about cooperation. Before the July council meeting, I had emailed council, every member of this council, asking you to support the more inclusive proposal. After I did that, I copied that message and sent it to Rich, to Councilman Baggiano. And I copied his aide, Pam Andes. I said, Rich, we can work this out. We're on the same page about protecting 1 to 2 family homes. He and I had the same conversation in a moment at the Mount Carmel Feast last month. I said, we can come together and work this out. That was after the last council meeting. And this morning, in these chambers, at a flag raising, I asked the councilman, if you want to protect 1 to 2 family homes, we have the solution to do it. So any indication, whether it's directed by a councilman's office or not, to his or her staff member, that we, a nonprofit community association, are not dedicated to working with the council and the city is as laughable as it is false. I'm aware a message went out from the councilman's office to each of you, which reflected that same nonsense, that we as a community association refuse to work with the councilman. Well, you know that's not true, because we dedicated hours to be here with you. And you know it's not true because I had that conversation with the councilman today. Councilman Baggiano said he didn't send that email. So I put this challenge out to whatever staff member is monitoring those emails and sending out messages without his permission. We're here, we're working, and we're not going to shut up. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.16, Rob. Is Rob here? No. Next speaker, 5.17, Sonia.
Again, first on the record, I want to apologize to the mayor's aide. I think her name is Miss Nancy. The last time I called City Hall, my phone died, so I don't want her to think that I hung up with the phone on her. But I am here to talk about my nonprofit. My name is Sonia Smith. I'm born and raised in Jersey City, New Jersey. I left Jersey City in December of 1992, came back 14 years later. And when I came back, the development I used to live in was Booker T. Washington Projects. At that time, it wasn't that much stuff for the children to do. Different people down there allowed me to go in the community center and start holding meetings and just doing activities and game with the children. I later on went to the manager's office and with a proposal of trying to get the center once a month to do some theme activities with the kids. Well, they told me I couldn't, I wasn't on nobody's lease, like all kinds of stuff. So on my own, I started National Children's Day. It is actually something that was started by a president almost 30, 40 years ago. So I looked it up and I started sending emails out. Some of the people that's in this room know me from emails. A couple of council people, some of y'all should have received some emails from me. I had my first National Children's Day in Booker T Projects. At the time, the current mayor was a council, or he was running for council. He was the only person who donated funds. He came to me, his aide did, and they wrote me a check. I spent all the money except a penny. And when they came to pick up the receipts, the man said, you owe us a penny after he did the calculation. So I learned from then how much you had to be on point about what you was doing. My first National Children's Day took place on the first Friday in October. And during that time, I was able to contact different organizations that came out and they was in the basement of the projects. That basement is no longer available due to flooding. And we wound up starting a Girl Scout in the projects. And 16 years later, I continue to do this by myself. I have in the last 16 years received $200 from his campaign, I believe in 2018. My National Children's Day is a day for all the kids from the ages of 6 months to 18. And if they have any kind of disabilities, it's just a day to be kids. Because once I came back, I realized that the kids didn't have too much to do. I grew up in Booker T Projects and we had a nutrition lady in her apartment teaching nutrition classes. We had different activities to do. We felt safe no matter what. And my kids came here from Wilmington, North Carolina, and they were scared to go outside because this wasn't the same environment that.
Thank you, Sonia. Sorry. Our next speaker, 5.18, Cornelius. Cornelius? He's not here. Next speaker, 5.19, Gina. I didn't see Gina tonight. Okay. Ashley is not here. 5.20, 5.21, Bill is not here. 5.22, Katie?
Bill's
Bill's not here.
I'm sorry.
You're listed as a speaker. Katie?
Hi all.
Katie Brennan. I wasn't prepared to speak again tonight, but I do want to take this opportunity to say thank you, and thank you to all the council members, and thank you to Councilman Bogiano, who became a champion for this when we raised it. And I really appreciate that. And I appreciate that this has been fraught, and want to celebrate that this is a huge deal. We have continued to work with all of the council members. We've continued to work with city planning. As a member of the Affordable Housing Task Force, as an affordable housing professional, as a public servant, it is a huge deal, and it's a major milestone that will set precedent. And I do want to celebrate that. But asking for more doesn't negate that. And as Chris said, I want to be sure that as we move forward, that we are operating from facts. And as somebody who deals with affordable housing development every day of her life, I hear a lot of the same concerns over and over again, no matter where I am in the state of New Jersey or New York. And it's very often this conflation with density, this conflation with, we need affordable housing. We offer a solution. No, not that way. And so my challenge to people is, if you're going to say we want a more affordable housing and we need to look at how we're going to do it, I would love to hear your solution for how we do it without building and without having the market help us carry those affordable units. Because in all my time and my career in this, the only other thing I can find is a hell of a lot of money. I mean, millions and millions of dollars. We're talking probably $600,000, $700,000, $800,000 in affordable unit that you need. So until you make that the mandatory contribution to the trust fund, until you give the land for free to develop the affordable housing, and then basically pay for the development, and then subsidize the ongoing operating costs so that you can rent it at an affordable rent, we're going to need the market to help us build affordable housing. So I want to start with that, and start with the understanding that this ordinance does not change the underlying zoning. It does not create new magic development. It does not change what is already allowed in the various areas. So I really, truly, from the bottom of my heart, appreciate this. And I think it's going to take a second to sink in, but thank you all.
Our next speaker, 5.23, Philip.
That's fair. Mr. President Pro Tem Ridley, my name is Phil Carrington. I'm kind of annoyed constantly and being insulted by this administration. I see the Stephen administration going rogue and is indeed corrupt. For 2 years, I've been asking a simple question. Let me raise the issue. 2 years ago, I applied for a license. I got a disapproval from William O'Donnell, and then I got approval from the Cultural Affairs. The question then is, if you got an approval and a disapproval, you should be able to go to some governing body within the city to get an answer to have this matter resolved. So I raised the issue for months here, couldn't get an answer. Matter of fact, November the 9th, 2022, Council President Vladimir said, Phil, we're not going to answer you. And that's a plural term, which means the executive branch or the administrative branch, the legal branch, and the judicial branch, the law department. Why? Because not only I've asked you, then I took the matter to court since no one want to answer me. We were in discovery. Discovery started March the 2nd, 2022, 2023, and end May the 25th, 2024. No one answered, including 80 of you, by the way, who would also defend it. None of you answered. The mayor didn't answer. Nobody answered a single question. Now, man, this is roguish. Now, here's what these federal statutes say pertaining to something like that. I'm trying to get Okay. It's 18 UC A42. If a decision is merely wrong, it can be corrected on appeal to the governing body or by the court if it's infested with corruption. I mean, you have to be corrupt if a black man who's a taxpayer paying all kinds of taxes can't get a single answer. You go to court, can't get an answer. You go to everybody, you can't get an answer. But the court is even more laughable. We're in court now. The attorney for the city, Melissa March, came in there and just basically lying. I mean, I have a license. She told the court that I did not have, I'm not intended to get the license. In her motion for summary judgment, the license is here. It's not a mistake. It's not operating in bad faith. In the black community, there are a bunch of bull-faced lies. Brittany Murray and all them bunch of bull-faced lies. That's what I'm about to say.
Thank you.
Damn turkeys. Y'all need to tell the truth.
Our next speaker, 5.24, Stephanie. Stephanie here?
Oh, that's Stephanie. That's not Stephanie.
5.25, Erica. Left, thank you.
She walked out.
5.26, Pam. Let's see, Pam.
Yeah, okay.
She's here? Oh, you must have walked in when I wasn't looking. How are you, Pam?
Good, friend. How are you?
Good, good.
Good evening, Council. Pam Johnson. It is important that the Anti-Violence Coalition receive the full support from the city as we prepare to submit our application to bring the community-led crisis response team to Jersey City. The coalition has worked with victims and their families for more than a decade, and our response to crisis in Jersey City and in Hudson County have been met with care, clinical and therapeutic services, and resolved without escalation. And we plan to expand on those services with the CCRT. We've already received several letters of support from Councilman Gilmore, Solomon, and Councilwoman Prince Aaron, and we hope to receive supporting letters from those additional council members who I did not mention. Justice for Drew. I received a call from a union in Jersey City and their concerns with late pay, poor working conditions, and disciplinary actions after reporting such treatment is just the beginning of their concerns. Some of those employees advised me that they reached out to local government and haven't received support. I will speak more about that in upcoming meetings, but I want to remind you that when constituents reach out for help, they deserve a response. Even if that response does not resolve the issues, but it should provide direction towards a solution. I also spoke to many residents of Country Village over the weekend who were happy to receive updates regarding Thomas McGovern Park and excited to see things move forward with the resolution 1064 because it has definitely been closed for far too long, which creates a problem with accessibility for residents. So thank you, Councilwoman Ridley. Lastly, I wanted to mention an issue on Princeton Avenue where I reside, where there's a bike container that is not utilized. And it reminds me of when city bikes were placed there many, many years ago and they weren't utilized as well, but taking up space in a street that doesn't have space to take up. We have limited space on that side of Princeton Avenue since all of the homes have driveways, and to place any structure there doesn't make sense. It also serves as a safety hazard since pedestrians can't see around it while crossing the street. Therefore, I'm requesting it be removed. And I'll definitely be reaching out to Councilwoman Ridley, who has been an ally for us residents on Princeton Avenue to discuss. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Pam.
Our next speaker, 5.27, Bill.
Evening, council members and fellow members of the city. My name's Bill Lillis, a member of Jersey City Together and a parishioner of Our Lady of Sorrows. And I'm glad to have a few members of the parish with me in support of the issues we're talking about. I was also a participant in some of the meetings that were held at City Hall, developed the application for the Seabrook, Washington grant provided by the state to meet the needs of individuals who have a mental health or substance abuse issue in our city. I came to see by attending some of those meetings, we have some very dedicated city officials committed to this issue. And while I was glad to see we actually submitted a grant, I, like many others, was disappointed that the final application submitted did not meet the criteria required and was disapproved by the state. So on a personal note, I encourage the council to review the company contracted to submit the grant and see if they're meeting their standards, and if not, act accordingly. So now we grow closer and closer to the 1-year anniversary, now just 2 weeks away of the death of Drew Washington, whose mental health needs were not met in a variety of ways, and sadly resulted in him being shot and killed by a law enforcement officer. So at the moment, we have to acknowledge we have failed. We must go forward. So we at Jersey City Together will support the efforts underway by the Hudson County Anti-Violence Coalition in their submission of a new grant application. Hopefully, a collaborative effort led by the community with guidance from city officials will have a better result. I want to go on record again that Jersey City Together will be reviewing the budget of public safety to ensure this issue gets its full funding that it deserves, not just next year, but in years to come. And we encourage the mayor and the leaders of law enforcement to speak up and address their own concerns about this issue. Comfortable saying in those meetings at City Hall, I was less than impressed with what law enforcement and what the mayor had done in terms of advocating for this. It's my view that if Mayor Fulop and law enforcement really wanted this to happen, we would have had it done by now. So we're committed to an ongoing effort that the leadership of law enforcement will put in best practices resulting in good, productive community policing. And I thank the council's support to get this happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, 5.28, Edward.
Hello again. And we're coming up on 1 year. That's right. It's been almost 1 year since the Jersey City Police Department responded to a call where they shot and murdered Drew. And since then, right after then, thank God, the Anti-Violence Coalition, along with many other people from Jersey City, were there for this family. They were there for Drew's family, reached out to them, and many of us are still there with them, still here with them. I've been here almost bi-weekly since last year. And, the latest report is damning. It's terrible. It's hard to come before you and, with a conciliatorial tone, if you will, because that's undeserving. What are you all doing on our dime? We fail, but that also means that every individual and every family that has had to deal with that same response has had to deal with a militarized response, right? The threat of being killed. Many of us, we opt out not to call the police because we're so afraid, right? And so that's unacceptable. All of it is unacceptable. I remember addressing Miss Amy. I said, Miss Amy, okay, there were some reports about you being interested in the 911 and 988 of it all. That's very important when we call in. Okay, and also, why is it on the community organization to reach out to you? Why aren't members of this body doing more to help build a collaborative relationship between the Anti-Violence Coalition, for instance, and every police precinct? Why should that be on the coalition or the coalition's executive director, Pam Johnson? Why aren't you, members of this body, helping to facilitate that relationship? Because as of now, there isn't really one much at all. Every precinct here needs to recognize the work, for instance, that the coalition is doing, and groups like the coalition moving forward. Respect them in this work. And it would go a long way if we had your support in doing so. I haven't even had a chance to address again how I feel about your failures with so-called affordable housing. Because right, that's what this is. But my question is, what's affordable? What's going to happen is it's going to be printed in a newspaper. It's going to be a glorious thing, right? This introduction to mandatory affordable housing. But then when it goes up, what's really affordable?
Thank you, Edward. Our next speaker, 5.29, Kevin.
Evening. Our time before you for almost 2 years prepared some of us to help the tenants of Hoboken fight back against an attempt to gut rent control there by speaker number 75. It took just 2 meetings to go from a 100% yes vote at the first city council reading to a 100% no vote, along with a strong public statement from Mayor Bala against something that would have been horrible for tenants. Some of those same speakers will speak before you tonight for their 30th and 40th time related to our issue that's just as serious. Now that we found a way to help a city council to act, I hope we will have some better luck before you. Maybe even a strong public statement of support from Mayor Fulop will come tomorrow. I am pleased to report a significant positive development. Jersey City has taken a concrete step to work with us. This is evident in their decision to reverse their previous stance that sought to block our efforts to intervene in the ongoing U.S. District Court litigation. The city's consent allowed us to join the case as a defendant intervener without the city's opposition. This enables us to better support the Rent Leveling Board's ruling, which confirmed that Portside and Equity are not entitled to claim an exemption from rent control. We want to acknowledge both Acting Corporation Counsel Brittany Murray for allowing us to intervene in the state action, and Phil Edelman for his efforts to steer us in a more collaborative direction in the federal action. Sincerely, thank you. We hope to build on their efforts for a productive relationship with the city moving forward. We anticipate constructive discussions between our attorneys and the city to address the base rent calculation. These talks are sure to include Councilman Gilmore's observation just yesterday that our landlord continues to violate the landlord identity disclosure requirements, even when Gilmore personally presented the law to our landlord. These discussions will also likely cover Dinah Hendon's sworn statement regarding the landlord identity requirement. Her statement, which Peter Baker included in his brief to a New Jersey court, has long been part of the record related to our case. I'm confident that once the city revisits its stance, significant misunderstandings about the recalculation will be resolved. As the city prepares for these discussions, now that we're both defendants in the federal case Equity brought, I urge a comprehensive review of Chapter 260-3 in its entirety. It's crucial we don't overlook sections after 260-3B, which have previously been difficult to locate in a few key communications. Our shared goal is to defend the ordinance together, and I look forward to standing alongside the city on the same side of the V in this legal battle, especially regarding highly relevant parts of the ordinance. Next time we are before you, I hope we have more good news to report, and I welcome and encourage you to help to see that that happens. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker, 5.30, Alaska. 5.30. Okay. Next speaker, 5.31, Kitty. 5.32, Renata.
Good evening, council members. I want to start by thanking the city for all the work done on the rent recalculation and to remind you that we are on the same side, defending our community's interests, even at a federal level. I'm hopeful that this collaboration will continue and lead to positive change. But I'm also here to shed some light on a critical issue affecting our community safety and well-being. Imagine this scenario. You're jolted awake by the acrid smell of smoke, your heart racing as fire alarms pierce the night. You flee your home, unsure if something really bad is happening. It turns out you can only return a few days later to a nightmare. Your cherished possessions ruined by black water, mold creeping up the walls, and the air thick with drywall dust from hasty repairs. This is not a hypothetical situation. It is our lived reality at Portside Towers just a few days ago. In the aftermath of this disaster, we were left with many more questions than answers, like why the stairways had broken pipes, making the flood situation even worse. Who is responsible for our safety? Who should we contact in emergencies? The lack of clear landlord identification has left us feeling vulnerable and exposed. Our city ordinance mandates the landlords provide this crucial information. Yet, in our time of greatest need, we found ourselves scrambling to reach someone, anyone, who could help. This isn't just an inconvenience, it's a serious safety hazard. We don't know who is our main contact inside of Portside. We don't have a name, we don't have an apartment number, we don't have a direct phone number. The trauma of displacement, property loss, and health risks from mold and construction dust is overwhelming. But what compounds our distress is the feeling that we're living in a building where even basic safety protocols are neglected. It is evident that equity is more concerned with hiring an army of lawyers to make sure they circumvent rent control laws than they are with keeping up with basic amendments and safety protocols. We're not asking for a special treatment. We're simply asking for compliance with the law, a law designed to protect residents like us in times of crisis. So, council members, please, you have the power to enforce these vital safety regulations. Your decision affects real people who are already enduring significant trauma.
Thank you. Our next speaker, 5.33, David. David M., it's 5.33.
Just had to make my way through the crowd. Good evening. I'm Dr. David Mason. This is my 5th time speaking before the council. I come again to speak about 260, about rent control enforcement in Jersey City. I come tonight actually encouraged. It's a welcome change of pace, though I do note that my present optimism is cautiously tempered. You've heard about meaningful steps that have recently been taken to begin mitigating the unfortunately ongoing detrimental influence of a law-breaking, greedy, and ill-intentioned bad-acting landlord. I want to thank the City Council and Bureau. I believe this progress is a real show of what can happen when the people speak and the representatives listen. I am reservedly heartened to be welcomed to sit at the table with the city, to be welcomed as partners in our legal efforts against equity residential. History is being made, and we are glad to be joined on the right side of it. I look forward to following the continued collaboration between our legal teams. I would like to express my sincere hope that the slope of this trend continues to increase, to express my sincere hope that the depth of our partnership increases at a growing and not just a stable rate. To make this tangible, I'd like to express my appreciation to the Council for making progress toward a resolved recalculated legal base rate. I look forward to the next few weeks while our representatives cooperate and collaborate as partners in this fight to come to true and accurate legal base rate at Portside Towers. While we work together to bring equity residential once and for all into complete and true compliance with the laws of this city. In so doing, let us together lead the country by example toward a future where being big and rich does not mean being allowed to stand on the necks of the people, where no one is above the law and greed does not supplant rights. In my first ever remarks before the City Council many months ago, I said, quote, You can be partners, and none of us need stand alone. Get in it with us, and we'll get your backs just as you've got ours. I'm encouraged to see this starting to happen. We've got the momentum now together. I hope this continues, and I look optimistically at the next few weeks while this proves to be true. Thank you.
Next speaker, 5.34, Tom. Next speaker, 5.35, Jessica.
Good evening, City Council. Stand here before you today with a sense of cautious optimism, and I think I'm echoing what some of the speakers so far have said. And first and foremost, I really want to express my sincere gratitude to the city, to the lawyers sitting over here to my right, because this matters that we're on the right side opposing the federal action that Equity launched. This puts us on the same side together. We're taking a significant step forward in our journey. So we truly appreciate this support and the show of collaboration. It's still been 300 days since the rent leveling board decision was made that made both of our buildings acknowledge the fact that they were subject to rent control from the very beginning. And so while progress has been slow, these recent developments give us hope, and we are hopeful that the Bureau will work closely with our legal team on the next steps, ensuring that the accurate information is achieved. As this process continues, we urge the city to pay close attention to landlord identity disclosure requirements. Landlords must provide and post contact information for key personnel, including superintendents and emergency contacts. And this information is really critical, as you've already heard, especially when emergencies occur. However, Equity has consistently failed to comply with this requirement. This isn't just a minor oversight. It's a serious safety concern and a clear violation of the ordinance. As you've heard, we had a recent experience that highlights the importance of this issue. And during this fire and subsequent flood at our building, we faced a terrifying situation. We couldn't reach a superintendent or any emergency contacts because Equity hadn't provided this information. It was nowhere to be found. In emergencies like this, or in the recent flooding that we've experienced, quick access to these contacts can be a matter of life or death. Thankfully, it wasn't this time, but that doesn't mean that it wouldn't be in the future. So now that we stand together as defendants against Equity in the federal case, we have a real opportunity to ensure proper enforcement of all aspects of the ordinance, including this critical component, the landlord identity disclosure requirements. So we remain hopeful that the city will recognize the importance of this issue and take steps to enforce all aspects of the ordinance during the recalculation process and beyond. In closing, I want to say I really look forward to continued progress. It's been over 2 years since we started this fight. I felt really hopeful on October 19th, 2023, and that hope started to fade. And today, I think we have a bit more. We know this is a positive step forward, and we're going to end on the right side of this. Thank you.
Next speaker, 5.36, Karine.
Good evening, council members. My name is Karine. I live in Port Said Towers, as you can see, and I stand before you as a voice for justice. Frederick Douglass once said, "Power concedes nothing without a demand." It never did, and we never will. Today, we residents of Port Said Towers are making a demand for justice. At Port Said Towers, we have faced a perfect storm of calamities: fire, flooding, displacement, and health hazards. Any of these would be a significant hardship. But to endure all of this while also dealing with concerns about our safety due to non-compliance with landlord identity requirements is beyond comprehension. The law requires clear identification for landlord, but this crucial information has been withheld from us. This lack of transparency compromises our safety and ability to address urgent issues effectively. In times of crisis, such as the recent disasters we have faced, knowing who is responsible for our building is not just a legal requirement, it's a matter of personal security. I ask you, is this justice? Is this justice to suffer through disaster, to lose our possessions, to risk our health, and then to be told, despite that the law clearly states about our landlord identification, you still have to live in uncertainty? You have the power to uphold the letter in the spirit of the law. You can ensure that the proper notification of a landlord is provided as required by ordinance. Remember, behind every regulation is a real person trying to rebuild their life, a family struggling to replace lost possessions, an elderly resident dealing with the health impacts of prolonged exposure to construction dust and mold. We will stand with the residents who have suffered, who have followed the rules, who have placed their trust in you, in the laws, who have sworn to uphold. Or you will set a precedent that says even clearly written by laws about landlords' notification can be ignored at all the expenses of those who we meant to protect. We urge you to take action to enforce the landlord notification requirements and address the safety concerns. The residents of Portside Towers deserve to know who is responsible for their homes and their well-being. Thank you.
Next speaker, 5.37, Tara.
Speak tonight as part of and student to the committed group behind me, fighting for tenants' rights across
Hold on, Tara.
Jersey City.
Go.
Speak tonight as part of and student to the committed group behind me, fighting for tenants' rights across Jersey City and New Jersey. We're grateful for the city allowing the Portside tenants to intervene in the federal case. It's a step towards justice, but the journey is not over. The recent fire and floods left more than water damage. It left all equity residential tenants with doubts about their safety and the effectiveness of our rent control laws. Many Portsiders and tenants of Equity Residential's 70 Green buildings still live amidst construction dust and mold with no option to relocate due to skyrocketing rents across the city. This isn't just about property damage, it's about our health, well-being, and the fundamental right to affordable housing. We applaud the council's recent resolution urging the state legislature to ban rent-setting algorithms. These tools, like RealPage, artificially inflate rents and exacerbate our affordability crisis. I ask you to do more on this issue and also consider passing local legislation to ban rent-setting algorithms. We also need your help to ensure landlords comply with all regulations, including the landlord identity disclosure. Our health and safety depend on it. The city must allocate more resources to enforcing existing rent control laws and penalizing bad actors. As we've seen in neighboring Hoboken, the fight for fair rent control is ongoing and crucial. We must learn from the experiences and proactively strengthen our laws before facing similar challenges. Our community is at a crossroads. Will we allow corporate interests and algorithms to dictate our housing market, or will we stand up for the working families that are the backbone of Jersey City? Thank you for your time and consideration. Remember, an injury to one tenant is an injury to all. Let's work together to ensure Jersey City remains a place where everyone can afford to live and thrive. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.38, Anna.
Hello. Thank you so much. I feel similar to all of my neighbors standing behind me, and I really, feeling optimism and encouragement about recent developments. And I want to shout out Councilperson Gilmore. Thank you so much. Councilperson Gilmore, you are a rock star. You're amazing, and thank you so much for coming to our building twice. You came into my apartment. My apartment was one of the ones affected by the fire and the flood. And to me, what's amazing is that Councilperson Gilmore actually responded to us when our building would not. I sent 3 emails, three phone calls to our manager and didn't get any response. And I think too, just the landlord identity disclosure is just so important. This is beyond rent and really is public safety. One of the things that happened on the night of the fire was another fire alarm actually went off at 12:30 a.m. that night too, and went off for about 20 minutes inside the building. Again, there's no one to contact at that moment. We have, we do have a doorman, they are also just as in the dark as we are. And it was a terrifying experience. It really looked like Titanic in the stairwells. My daughter is at camp, so she could not be here tonight. She was excited to come home, but as soon as she saw our apartment, she was just like, never mind, I'm going back to camp for another week. I wish I could have joined her, but again, just thank you for recognizing the seriousness of this and the importance of the landlord identity disclosure. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.39, Emily. Is Emily here? Not here? Okay. Next, 5.40, Judith.
Judith Fury Rogers. The developers have destroyed and redesigned downtown Jersey City. They are now working, digging up Journal Square residents. California's homeless crisis started from shortages of affordable housing. Is this Jersey City's future? A person making $75,000 can afford $1,800 month rent. If they are living in a Jersey City apartment, they're probably not paying $1,800. Downtown, there is a 90% chance their rent will go up at least 20% a year. In 2 years, at 20% rent increase, this apartment rent will be $2,610. This is over 40% of their salary. They will either be evicted or move in with a roommate. There's no hope for this person. If there is no hope and no apartments for the middle income group, which is very sad, this is a new group of homeless people, homeless due to housing prices. What help will a person who's homeless now have? The person who's not making enough to pay $1,800 a month. The children on the street, who are mostly Black men. The children who live long-term in a shelter, again, mostly Black men. There's no long-term help. Thank you to Jerry Walker for the free course in plumbing, electrical, and carpentry, to Tina Niles, college prep pop-ups, community treasures. The sad truth is if a Jersey City homeless young person receives apartment help with no long-term career and financial counseling, they will be back in the system on the street. We must help them, everyone, not just the Black community. We have to help all these young people on the street. It's so horrible that nobody is helping them. They're just going around and around in the system.
Our next speaker, 5.41, Mark.
Good evening, City Council. It's good to see you again. It is this time. I'd like to come back to a theme I began some 9 months ago, the security of Portside Towers. I'd like to start by thanking each and every member of this council and the city's legal department for the amendment and clarification of Ordinance 218-1, Uniform Security Service for Multiple Dwellings. You've all been part of this, yet I should single out a few people. Massive thanks to John McKinney for wording changes to the ordinance that are clear and practical. Another huge thank you goes to Councillor Gilmore and Erica Walker for their support and encouragement during this long investigation. And there's even more good news. This week, I heard from the city's legal department that After consultation with the city's business administrator, we have full clarification of the city department responsible for enforcement of the Uniform Security Service. And so in anticipation of his action, I'd like to thank Joe Barrow, Director of Code Compliance in the Department of Public Safety, who's taken on the responsibility of enforcing this legislation that is critical to my safety and security as a tenant of Portside. I know that tenants of Portside and of other multiple dwellings in Jersey City will feel safer knowing that the Department of Public Safety has our backs. Thank you all, but especially Frank Gilmore, John McKinney, and Joe Barrow.
Our next speaker, 5.42, Sean.
Good evening, council members. I do believe before I've said I'm a Navy veteran and resident of Portside Towers. In the military, we had a saying, the chain of command is not a chain of suggestions. Tonight, I'm here because our landlord, Equity Residential, seems to think our city's ordinances are mere suggestions. Picture this, you're on a naval ship, alarms blare, there's a fire, but when you try to report it, you're connected to a civilian from another country who doesn't know port from starboard. Sound absurd? That's exactly what happened during the recent fire in our building. In the Navy, such a breakdown in communication could cost lives. In our homes, it's no different. The ordinance states landlords must be in full compliance with the landlord identity disclosure provision. In the military, we understood orders. Full compliance isn't open to interpretation. It's not a guideline, it's a requirement. Yet where is our chain of command? Where are the posted contacts for emergencies? Where's the accountability? Director Richardson, you're our commanding officer in this situation. You have a duty, not just a job, but a duty to enforce this ordinance. The law gives you the authority to penalize non-compliant landlords. I urge you, use it. The law is also clear. You cannot reward non-compliance. It is expressly illegal according to the ordinance. In the Navy, negligence had consequences. Why? Because lives depended on it. Our lives depend on your action now. This isn't about being punitive. It's about accountability. It's about ensuring that when we need help, we know who to call and that they'll answer. In the service, we live by leave no one behind. I'm asking you to apply that principle here. Don't leave us behind in the face of corporate negligence. Your action today isn't just about regulations, it's about our lives, our safety, and our faith in local government. It's about showing that in Jersey City, rules apply to everyone, even multi-million-dollar corporations. Remember, in an emergency, seconds count. Your action or inaction could be difference between a close call and a tragedy. Council members, the choice is clear. Enforce the law, protect your residents, show us that in Jersey City, safety trumps profit, always. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.43, Alex.
Good evening, Council. My name is Alexandra Com. My family and I have been residents at Portside West for a number of years. This is not my first council meeting. I don't know that I would have had the strength to come tonight if it weren't for this incredibly supportive community of neighbors you see standing beside me. If it weren't for them, my family and I would be alone, we'd be without support, and we'd be very scared. Words cannot express how thankful I am at this time. My family and I have a 2-bedroom apartment on the 10th floor where we work from home much of the time. I'm coming to you tonight because we have been displaced. We have been living out of single-room hotels for over a week now, having moved 3 times in less than 7 days with no confirmed end in sight. As our home has been deemed uninhabitable because our apartment was the epicenter of the fire last Wednesday on August 7th that led to the serious flooding in the building. This was on the eve of our wedding anniversary. Needless to say, our plans for that evening and the coming days were changed dramatically. The fire started in the closet meant to house our washer and dryer unit, despite what Equity Residential may have claimed to my neighbors that the quote, fire was so small, there isn't even a report, close quote. My family and I were home and witnessed the entire event. I can assure you this was a significant fire where it is a miracle that no one was immediately hurt. It's been captured in photos and documented in a report filed by the fire department. Since the fire, my life has been a storm of stress, which has exacerbated medical conditions and continues to disrupt my family's life. This has been made significantly worse by factors that I feel compelled to share with you today. First, there's the fire itself, how it started and how Equity has handled it. To put it bluntly, their response has been appalling. We were trapped in our stairwell with our neighbors, surrounded by water with no working elevators. Despite our desperate requests for information, not one person from Equity would tell us what was happening. Days went by before we received even the most basic updates. And to this very moment, no one has even broached the subject of rent or utility rebates with us. They simply tell us, we'll discuss this later. But it doesn't stop there. Equity has taken the mistrust and bad will they've accumulated over the years by charging illegal rates while reducing services and made everything 100% worse. They had the opportunity to demonstrate care and responsibility, as their attorney, Derek Reed, tried to convince you, but the truth is he lied. And Equity has been anything but transparent, as has been demonstrated in this real life, active and ongoing crisis that has not only affected me, but at least 10 or more floors of residents throughout the building. If this isn't enough of an example, I'm not sure what would be. They've held crucial information about our apartment and compensation we're entitled to. I can't begin to express the fear and concern I have about being made whole without a lengthy process of all our furniture and belongings that were exposed to black water, moisture for days, and dirt and debris and chemicals as an indescribable amount of people
Thank you.
ripped up our floors and
Thank you. Your time is up.
furniture and belongings were
Thank
not
you.
protected or
Your
covered.
time is up.
Thank you. I want to thank Councilman Gilmore. Thank you so much for coming. We really appreciate your support. It means a lot.
Time is up.
Guys, I really need you to pay attention to the 3 minutes. You're not being fair to the rest of the speakers that are listed here. So when we say time is up, time is up. If you do it again, I'm just going to mute you. Next speaker, 5.44, Barbara.
Good evening, Good evening, City Council. This speech will be much, much shorter than I originally planned. I've been coming to these meetings for 2 years now. 2 years. To speak at this podium as a very dissatisfied voter living at Portside Towers. But now I understand that there's hope on the horizon. I hear that it looks as though this City Council is determined to do its job and make the rulings of Jersey City a reality. While I'm always hopeful, the best I can do here is to commit to a wait and see. I hope this is my last time standing at this podium speaking about the Portside Towers rent control travesty. I hope. Thank you in advance for your efforts in the days ahead to make that hope a reality.
Next speaker, 5.45, Daniel.
Good evening, City Council members. I wanted to thank you for the steps the city has taken to support us tenants, particularly by not opposing our intervention in the federal case Equity Residential filed against the city following the Rent Leveling Board's unanimous decision last October that our building, Portside Towers, is subject to rent control. At this point, we're all on the same side, defending against Equity Residential. And as you well know, we tenants have been waiting for a rent recalculation from the city to ensure that our rents are set at a legal rate. And to that end, we look forward to the Office of Landlord-Tenant Relations working with our lawyers to ensure the recalculation aligns with the rent control ordinance. I also want to thank City Attorney John McKinney for working with us and incorporating our feedback by clarifying sections of the ordinance regarding 24/7 uniform security, and for confirming that this ordinance 218-1, is enforced by the Office of Code Compliance and the Department of Public Safety. There have been numerous instances in which I've come home to Portside Towers with the front door wide open, no one at the front desk. This is a security concern and creates the potential for intruders to enter the building. So I look forward to this ordinance being enforced so that we do have the 24/7 uniform security to protect the safety of us tenants. Furthermore, as you heard, since the last City Council meeting, both a fire and a flood occurred at Portside Towers. And as you heard, some tenants have had to stay in hotels due to the damage to their units. And as you heard, it was a pretty traumatizing experience for many people. By law, each tenant is required to be notified of our community service director's direct phone number and apartment unit so that we can get in contact with them in the case of an emergency. Portside has not provided us with this information, so as a result, tenants affected by the recent fire and recent flood were not able to contact our community service director, putting their safety at great risk. Equity Residential is required by law to post this contact information for key personnel, and their failure to do so is illegal and extremely dangerous. Again, I thank you for your support in our efforts thus far, and I look forward to your continued support as we address the ongoing issues that are still affecting us tenants. Thank you.
Next speaker, 5.46, Jennifer. Bring the mic up to you, Jennifer.
Well, my name is Jennifer Kessler. I live at Portside Towers with my family. It's my first time speaking tonight, and I'm here, thank you, as a mother who is deeply concerned for the safety of my loved ones and my neighbors. On Sunday, June 9th, a bullet pierced the window of my 19th floor apartment, my son's room, shattering the peace we thought we had in our own homes. We showed the Jersey City Police the shattered window and evidence of the bullet that could have taken a life. Our building, located at 155 Washington Street, should be a place of safety. But after this incident, how can any of us feel safe? What makes us even more troubling is the ongoing failure of our landlord to comply with Jersey City's rent control ordinance. The law clearly states that my landlord must provide tenants with the name, address, telephone number of our super so he can be reached at any time in case of an emergency. The super should have the authority to make critical decisions during such emergencies. Yet, in the midst of a life-threatening incident, we had no direct contact information. No one to call for immediate help. Instead, we were left to rely on our concierge, who were often performing duties away from their desk and who were not certified emergency workers or remote call centers that are possibly around the world while seconds tick by. But the negligence doesn't stop there. Jersey City Ordinance 218-1 mandates that every building with 100 or more units must have a uniformed security guard on duty 24/7. Ensuring the safety of our residents and their property, we have no uniformed security on site, leaving us vulnerable to exactly the kind of danger that struck on June 9th. As a mother, I am terrified that the next bullet might find its mark, terrified that the next emergency will again find us without support and security we deserve. The lack of compliance with these critical ordinances is not just a legal failure. It's a failure to protect the lives of the families who call Portside Towers home. I urge the council to take immediate action, enforce the laws that are meant to keep us safe, ensure that our landlord fulfills their legal obligations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, 5.47, Liv.
Hi, everyone. My name is Liv Alone. I live in Ward B. Thank you, Councilman Prinzeri, for your support. I think you really played a clear role in units at 429 Bergen Avenue getting an inspection from the Office of Code Compliance. It feels good to know that our landlord cannot continue to ignore apartments that flood when it rains, have roaches in the dishwasher, and have AC units that don't work in the dead of the summer. Of course, the inspection did reveal more to investigate. The inspectors themselves suspect structural damage. We're concerned that there is hidden extensive water damage that threatens the stability of all floors. We're also worried about the presence of mold and suspect these factors altogether are contributing to the building's roach infestation. Councilman Prinzary, I can tell you care about the homes in your ward and throughout Jersey City for that matter. We now need your support again in scheduling a construction inspection to find out the extent of the structural water damage. I've tried myself, but it seems scheduling must be done by our landlord. I've probably misinterpreted because I don't believe our landlord should be in charge of investigating its own neglect. They were given the chance when my neighbors and I put in numerous maintenance requests that went ignored. Thank you again for your support thus far, Councilwoman. We believe it has and will continue to make a difference.
Next speaker, 5.48, Eric.
Good evening, City Council members. Why is rent control so important? Why do we need it? I am tired of hearing how supply and demand will create the right market price. Just leave it to the market. According to economic theory, that only applies to a market without any imperfections, meaning one party does not have any advantage over the other. That is not the case for the rental market. There is a big difference between a new tenant and an existing tenant renewing a lease. A new tenant might get lucky and get a market price. Well, at least before RealPage created their pricing cartel and destroyed what little was left of a functioning market. But let's put aside the RealPage illegal pricing cartel for now. For existing tenants, a move can cost thousands of dollars and weeks of packing, not to mention all the frustration balancing a move with a full-time job and family obligations. Landlords know that most tenants will not move every year, so existing tenants usually get a minimum of 10 to 20% increase. And this was before RealPage entered the market. Now there seems to be no limit for the increases. This is extra rent they can extract because of a market imperfection. Because most of us cannot just toss all of our belongings in a bag and move out for free in a moment. If only a third of tenants move every year, this is a huge extra profit for the landlords. Better for them to only once a few years apply the market price to new tenants than offer it every year for all tenants. So please, let's get the rent control we have in this city enforced. That brings a lot of benefits for the communities. Here are some. It brings diversity. People with different income levels can afford to live here. People who stay tend to care more for their communities. People have more money to spend locally on goods and services instead of giving it to greedy landlords outside of the city. Let's do this together for the love of our city. Thank you.
Next speaker, 5.49, Suzanne. Thank you. Next speaker, 5.50, Peter. Next speaker, 5.51, Joel.
Members of the Jersey City Municipal Council. I was going to talk a lot more about what my neighbors have already talked about, but I'll add another instance where the lack of on-site security, lack of on-site maintenance, put us at jeopardy. During the afternoon of July 29th, while walking on Washington Street, I noticed that an access gate between the street and the Portside Towers courtyard was unlocked and children were running through it. I noticed and I reported this to the concierge of both towers. At 8:30 that same evening, 6 hours later, well after sunset, I noticed the gate remained unlocked and unchained. This is a gate that is about 20 yards from the Korean War Memorial, where we have often
watched drug deals take place. Children are playing in the courtyard, and it doesn't take anything to get from there to the courtyard. I immediately informed a concierge who unsuccessfully tried to contact the super. I also contacted Equity Residential's 24-hour emergency service number, and I spoke to an agent who tried to be helpful, but he was not local, probably not even in the country. All he could do was contact local management. Again, the concierge couldn't do that. I mean, he was unable to make that connection. And the 24-hour guy couldn't provide me with any assurance that our homes would be protected that night. While the concierge was looking for and ultimately found a suitable replacement lock and chain to secure the gate, the front desk of our building was not attended. On Sunday, August 11th, the gate was again unlocked, unsecured, and left that way until one of my neighbors reported it. Without access to on-site emergency support and 24-hour uniformed security, both of which are mandated by Jersey City ordinances, how can these security breaches be handled safely? Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.52, Anna.
Hi. Hi, I live in a 24-unit rent-controlled building in Jersey City Heights. I've lived there for 10 years. In April of this year, Summit Avenue Ventures and Golden Sky Management bought my building and took over the property. Since then, they've been a huge headache. We don't have a qualified super, which is illegal. They haven't shared an emergency 24/7 contact number with all of the tenants. Recently, the stairwell and hallway lights went completely out, and people had to come home from work into pitch darkness, and the hot water was shut off too. My pregnant neighbor had to walk up 4 flights of stairs in the dark. My other neighbor said she was forced to take a freezing cold shower. When I called my neighbor who is cosplaying as our fake super, she was slurring her words and had no solution, only complained that everyone is calling her. The next morning, I had to call PSE&G to find out that the landlord hadn't paid their electric bill since April. They never even bothered to put the commercial meter in their name. That's why it was shut off. Then I had to spend time calling management to tell them to pay their bill. I have a full-time job and a sick puppy to care for. Not only do I not have the bandwidth for this, but this has caused me to burn out. Last week, I spent 20 hours of my time fighting to protect my building from the various constructive eviction attempts. They threatened to come and physically remove everyone's air conditioners from their windows and fine us $100. Removing our ACs during a heat wave would have caused health issues like heat stroke, is a legal habitability issue, and legally speaking would have been considered a constructive eviction. I had to waste hours of my time calling and emailing for help. Thank you, Councilman Saleh, for your help. But we also don't have a consistent janitor for our garbage area, which is also illegal. There's garbage overflow, shards of glass, and construction debris everywhere. They threatened to throw tenants' belongings from the basement storage if they didn't start paying $100 to $200 a month for it. They also lied to the health inspector and blamed the garbage area mess on tenants to cover up the fact that they wanted to pay the prior maintenance guy only 80 cents an hour to maintain a 24-unit building's garbage area. They also tried to charge us numerous fees illegally. They even made up a pest control fee. There's a reason why harassment is illegal. It's psychological warfare and has a lasting impact on people. It affects people physically too. It activates the nervous system and dysregulates you. One of my neighbors voiced concern that they might try to start a fire to get rid of the rent-controlled tenants and blame it on the old building. Many neighbors have already received sketchy texts asking them to relocate because the owner wants to renovate the building. The intimidation is affecting people. How can you feel safe and comfortable at home in an environment like this? It's not fair. Every time I get a new text from them, my heart races and my blood pressure rises. It's very stressful living like this. I want them to leave me alone.
Our next speaker, 5.53, Erin.
Right. Good evening, council members. Tonight, I'm here to talk about the weight of home. Home, it's such a small word for something that carries so much meaning. It's where we laugh, cry, dream, and grow. It's where we're supposed to feel safe. But for everyone at Portside Towers, the concept of home has become heavy, so heavy. Imagine a child's favorite stuffed animal soaked in black water from the flood beyond saving. Picture family photos warped and moldy, years of memories fading away. Think of an elderly neighbor coughing from drywall dust as Equity decides it isn't bad enough to relocate them while work is being done. These aren't hypotheticals, these are our realities. And on top of this weight, we carry another burden, the crushing load of illegal rent increases. Every month, we're forced to pay hundreds, sometimes thousands more than we should. Money that could go towards replacing what we've lost, towards medication for that elderly neighbor, towards creating new memories to replace the ones we've lost. We're not just talking about dollars and cents here, we're talking about dignity, about justice, about the right to feel secure in our own homes. When I look at my neighbors, I see resilience, I see strength, but I also see exhaustion, the kind of bone deep weariness that comes from fighting not just disaster, but a system that seems designed to work against us. And yet there's a glimmer of hope. The city's decision to allow us to intervene in the court case has rekindled our faith. It's a step towards justice, a sign that our voices are finally being heard. Thank you. Council members, you have the power to nurture this fragile hope. By ensuring the Bureau's recalculation aligns fully with the ordinance, you can transform this glimmer into a beacon. Show us that our trust isn't misplaced, that the law truly protects everyone, not just the powerful. We want home to feel light again, to be a place of joy, not anxiety, where we can walk through our doors and breathe easily, knowing we're paying a fair price for the roof over our heads. Please don't let this hope be crushed when the dust of the recalculation settles. Stand with us, fight for us. Show us that in Jersey City, home still means something sacred, and that the law is a shield for the vulnerable, not a sword for the mighty. Thank you.
Next speaker, 5.54, Julia.
The views expressed herein are solely my own and does not reflect the opinions of my employer or businesses I'm associated with. First of all, I want to deeply thank you all for being here and listening to us. I don't take your time for granted. I don't take your tiredness for granted, and I don't take your help for granted. I moved about 7 months ago in 100 Warren Street. Over 7 months, here are a couple of examples of the hazards that my family have been experiencing. Electrical hazard, number one. Our switchboard was malfunctioning. We contacted Equity to request servicing. We were denied those servicing, and the electrical switchboard got changed only when my apartment had no electricity. So only when there was a real emergency, they decided to fix it, posing our family at risk of being electrocuted or getting on fire. Second one, mold hazard. We had a leak behind our washing machine. I would like to point out that we are the apartment adjacent to the apartment that got fire. Guess where? Near the washing machine. And when we pointed that out, we were first told there was no leak. We were imagining the water coming to our faces. After a while, they decided to finally remove the washing machine, and they thought that a great place to store it while they were fixing the problem was in the hallway towards our bedroom. So for 6 weeks, we've been living with the washing machine in the obstructing access from the bedroom to exit the building. It was finally fixed today. Emergency evacuation hazard, let alone the leak of water in the stairs that could have made me trip if I tried to escape the building. I was not able to escape my apartment when the fire alarm went off. I was in the bedroom. I struggled to open the door to go to the balcony. When I was on the balcony, I smelled gas. I got scared. I have never smelled gas on a 10th floor before. Especially my apartment doesn't have gas as an electrical stove. So I called the emergency line of Equity, and I had someone remotely respond to me. They still have not contacted me for an explanation. This in 7 months. So I would like to thank everybody here in this room, my neighbors. They are the reason why I felt safe that day. They are the ones that responded to my text messages and told me that the hallway was not on fire. I was stuck on my balcony and I didn't know what to do. And who helped me is here. So I would like to ask you a question. If your father was living abroad with cancer and you were living like this, how would you feel? It would be a bit too much to handle. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.55, Brendan.
Good evening, council members. My name is Brendan. I'm a resident of Portside Towers. I want to talk about a marathon, not a real one, but the marathon we've been running together for almost 2 years now. You know how marathons work, right? Runners start together, they run for a long time, and then they cross the finish line. Well, we've been running this marathon together. You, the council, us, the tenants. We started when we first came to you about rent control. That was the starting line. We ran and ran, coming to meetings, speaking up, sharing our stories. That was the long part of the race. Now we're near the finish line. We can see it, but the finish line isn't just a line on the ground. It's something important. It's the Bureau's recalculation of our rent. This recalculation is like the medal you get at the end of the real marathon. It's a proof that we ran the race and finished it right. But for the medal to be real, it needs to be made of the right it needs to be made the right way. For a recalculation to be right, it needs to follow the law, our rent control ordinance. We've been running this race together. We've shared the hard parts, the good parts. Now as we're about to finish, let's make sure we do it right. Let's make sure the Bureau follows every part of the ordinance and when they do the recalculation. If they do, we'll have the prize of our hard work. Well, the recalculation that's fair and legal. It will show that in Jersey City, we follow rules even when it's hard. After we cross the finish line together, we can stand side by side to defend our ordinance in court. We'll be like a team that finished the race together. Now we get to show off the pretty medal.
Our next speaker, 5.56, John.
Hello again. Hope you're well. I'd like to echo what the previous speakers have already said. We're grateful for the collaboration with the city that's taken place and resulted in the recent positive developments. So thank you again. I'd like to talk about another recent example involving residents and city council representatives coming together to bring about a positive outcome. That is the recent vote to prevent what would have essentially gutted rent control as we know it in Hoboken. I know it's Hoboken, but it affects all of us. I promise you this is relevant. The resolution that was put forward was the result of a petition to get residents to support a change to the rent control laws. The architects of the petition used what can be described as, at best, questionable tactics, misleading residents into signing, while keeping largely hidden the horrible truth of massive rent increases and essentially incentivizing landlords to mistreat and bully existing tenants to move out. It's even been alleged that some people had no idea how their names even made it onto the petition. As the mayor of Hoboken said, the city was bullied into holding this vote to avoid a referendum in November. Some council members said they were considering voting yes, given as it was seen to be the lesser of two evils. But cometh the hour, cometh the people. I couldn't make it to that meeting, but a group of people behind me joined the speakers at that meeting. And that's one of the reasons I wanted to bring this up, to publicly acknowledge their efforts and thank them for standing up for a cause which would have had a massive impact on the local community. Cheers. Having listened to all the concerns of the residents, those council members who were ready to vote yes changed their position, and it was voted down by 9-0. Well, that's 9-0. Although that fight isn't over, it has brought to light what was really at stake, and hopefully residents will be better prepared to make an informed decision in any future referendum. Main reason I'm talking about this is because we know it's highly likely these special interest groups are going to try a similar move here in Jersey City. If and when they put it forward to residents and city officials, we want to make sure we're ready. I'm confident that you, our representatives, will do the right thing and publicly call out any underhand tricks, any misleading petitions, obfuscation. You'll fact check questionable claims by special interest groups. You'll ensure your constituents are well informed of exactly what's being put to them and the consequences to their livelihoods should anyone try to introduce damaging amendments to rent control laws. And as always, you can rely on this group to be there, willing to do whatever we can to work with you to help that cause. Cheers.
Our next speaker, 5.57, Mel.
Hello. So there has been a lot of thanks going around tonight. We're definitely very extremely pleased to be on the same side of the city in the face of equity's wrongdoings. I also definitely want to thank particularly Michelle and Kevin and many of the supporters behind me and back at Portside for their tireless efforts, which have brought us to the progress that we are finally seeing today. Thank you, everyone. As we enter this next phase, and as we look to you for continued support, I'd like to remind you of who Equity are and how they actually treat the residents they claim to care about. I think we've had at least 4 speakers here tonight on the edge of tears. This is what living in an Equity building brings you to. And in case you thought I was going to bring up the most recent fire and flood, I'm not. I was one of the lucky ones. And whereas that is definitely one of the most serious disasters we've had, it is just the most recent in a veritable string of issues that Portside is not only unprepared for, but unlikely to remedy in a timely and satisfactory manner. I will reference back to a speech I made in January of this year. I said we have drafts, mold, rats, mice, maintenance requests, even emergencies for substantial leaks and inability to use bathrooms are ignored, left for hours, days, sometimes weeks. Equity is operating with a skeleton maintenance staff. Has this changed? Absolutely not. All of the above are still issues. I myself came home recently to no water in the bathroom. I checked for an email or some communication from Equity that this was scheduled, nothing. So I attempted to log the issue in the app. I was directed to an emergency number. I did get through. I spoke to someone who assured me they would send someone as soon as possible. 20 minutes later, the water was back on. We had running water in the bathroom. I called the number back, as is only polite. This time I could not get through. Since then, no one has come to check. No one has called or emailed to confirm, to let us know what happened. Is everything all right? Is the water safe? And due to my call being basically into the void, I have no real record of this issue. This allows Equity to continue to not inform us of anything and be lacking in their care of our community. So please continue this trajectory of support for your constituents. Let's ensure Equity are made to follow the local laws that affect our very basic standard of living. And yes, I'm in a very privileged position to call it that, but what we're paying for is not only substandard, it is illegal. Let's please put a stop to it.
Our next speaker, 5.58, Shannon.
Good evening, council members. I'm Shannon, a nurse and resident of Portside Towers. Tonight, I'm speaking as someone who understands the critical nature of emergency protocols. So imagine this. You're in a hospital undergoing a life-saving procedure. Suddenly, there's an emergency at the hospital. But when the medical team calls for help, they reach a call center in another country. Precious minutes tick by as the team struggle to explain where you, the patient, are and what's happening. But as others have said tonight, this isn't just a hypothetical. It's exactly what we faced during the recent fire at Portside. In healthcare, we say time is tissue. Every second counts in an emergency. But Equity Residential's failure to comply with landlord identity disclosure requirements is costing us those critical seconds. Our city ordinance clearly states that landlords must be in full compliance with identity disclosure requirements. Full compliance, not partial, not almost, full. Yet we've never seen our superintendent's contact information or emergency numbers posted in our building as required by law. The insult to our safety is profound. The ordinance couldn't be clearer about the importance of landlord identity disclosure. It's too late for our landlord to comply for all the years they've ignored this obligation. But enforcing the ordinance now, you could finally compel them to follow the law and prioritize resident safety. Council members, your decision to enforce all of the ordinances isn't just about legal technicalities. It's about setting a precedent that says, in Jersey City, we prioritize resident safety over corporate convenience. It's about showing that our laws have teeth and that no corporation is above them. No amount of money lets you ignore the law. By enforcing this ordinance, you're telling every resident that their safety matters, their voices are heard, and that their elected officials stand ready to protect them. The choice is simple and its impact is profound. Will you stand with the residents who elected you or with a corporation that can't be bothered to follow basic safety protocols? We're counting on you to make the right choice. Our lives may depend on it. I want to say a special thank you to my neighbors who are speaking for the first time tonight. We are a vocal group, and many folks tell us that they're a little afraid to come to City Council. We just want to assure them these guys are nothing to be afraid of. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.59, David.
Good evening. I've been up here a few times talking about Portside and equity, and I've been a little harsh on the city and on the Landlord-Tenant Relations Board. So I want to say tonight, I am grateful that there has been forward motion on rent recalculation and that the city didn't oppose the Portside Tenant Association joining the federal case. I'm hopeful that the city will have a constructive, a productive working relationship with Portside tenants going forward. As several people have mentioned, at Portside, we've recently experienced a fire and flooding and occasional gunshot through a window, which have revealed that equity is in violation of several requirements which had nothing to do with the rent issue. Including the availability of emergency contacts. And it's important to make sure that equity comes into compliance with all applicable ordinances and regulations, not just the rent control. I'm also concerned that if, as the rent, issue proceeds, that if their rent coming in lowers, which we're hoping is going to be the case, that they are going to use that as a pretext to cut back the services even more. And I ask you to stand with us to make sure that that doesn't happen. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.60, Danilo.
Good evening. Wow, so much has happened during the break. I feel like these late night hosts coming back from vacation Monday night, trying to catch up with all the political events that happened in the last 3 weeks. The only difference this here is absolutely not funny. We already heard about the fire and the flood in the West Tower. When I got home that day, the firefighters had just arrived. Some neighbors assembled in the lobby as the elevators were not running. Everybody was wondering what happened. We would have wondered for a very long time if it wasn't for our tenant association and the WhatsApp group. The only person available from Portside was the concierge. As you can imagine, he was not at his desk, trying to best to his ability to coordinate one person from Portside. No building security who could help coordinate with authority because we don't have it. No one from building management showed up in the 30 minutes I was down there. I heard later from others, even an hour later, no one from Portside management was there. We could also not call anyone directly. We heard it already. But it got worse. After it was declared safe to go up, I and some others took the stairs, elevator still not running. The floor was very slippery, water all over. Imagine this scenario, and we heard it earlier, if you're in an evacuation, what happens if there is a full evacuation? This is not just any stairs, it is the emergency exit. When I got higher than the floors where the actual fire was, there was even more water. How was that possible? Turns out the water came from multiple leaks in the sprinkler main pipes. The system that should make the building more secure brought even more danger to residents.
Also, the fire panel is in error mode on a regular basis. Last time was just last weekend when it said ground fault active. I looked up the failure code and the instruction says the ground fault trouble indicates that there's a problem with the electrical wiring. This requires immediate attention as it can cause the fire alarm system to malfunction and there is risk of fire. That was 5 days after the fire we just had. It goes on until the error code is resolved. There must be fire watch. Guess what? None was present. The lack of invest and maintenance that Equity demonstrates every day does not only impact the vent system, the elevators, the appliances in apartments and more, it also impacts life-saving building equipment. All of the above and more, we heard it earlier, and Equity is still charging illegal inflated rents on top of that. Now that we are standing together as defendants in the federal case against Equity, we have a real opportunity.
Next speaker, Sonia.
Hello again. I'm here tonight to talk about the horrific impact of the fire and flooding of the West Tower last week. Specifically, I want to talk about my neighbor Zainab. Zainab, who lives on the 8th floor of the West Tower. Here's how she summarized her situation. I returned from a trip on August 9th, 2 days after the fire and flooding. The next day, I woke up with a headache and had difficulty breathing properly. Even the water tasted different. My headache continued over the weekend and I still had trouble breathing. Then on Monday, 2 people came to my apartment. One of them had an Equity label on his t-shirt. They told me, we don't want to break your wall, so we will put this dryer unit here until Friday. And then they left. I didn't even have the opportunity to ask why. I was also scared because I didn't know what was happening and I was home alone at that time. I texted my neighbors to see if anyone knew what was happening. Some of them said that the same thing was placed in their apartments, so I thought it might be normal. However, I was surprised that they installed a very loud machine that emits heat, runs nonstop, and uses my electricity. Despite this, I still didn't receive a clear explanation. Another issue is that the vent in the guest room doesn't work. It's been like this since we moved in, and Equity has been stalling us with no solution so far. Without a working vent, the air quality was very poor. I had to open the balcony door, but during the daytime in summer, it's unbearable. Overall, last night, due to the noise and poor air quality, I couldn't sleep. First thing in the morning, I had to pack my luggage and leave. The apartment is not safe to stay in. This situation has affected me emotionally, financially, and physically. I'm very disappointed with our management once again. So far, Zainab's words. Only one example of oh so many careless treatments, ignorance of tenants' rights and concerns, or rather non-communication, threats to our physical and mental health, and most importantly, another displaced neighbor who was forced to leave their home. This could have been prevented. Equity has been neglecting maintenance for decades. I don't want to keep Zainab's closing remarks to our group from you as they give me hope. Thank you for your help and support. The best part and sometimes the only good thing about living in Portside is our supportive neighbors who are always aware and ready to help. My hope also comes from the fact that the city and us are now on the same side. Thank you for not opposing our intervention in the federal case. And thank you, Frank Gilmore, for coming to Portside twice since the fire and really holding the tenants' agenda. We are ready to continue this with you.
Our next speaker, 5.62, Drew.
Good evening, council members. My name is Drew Kochanowski. I'm a resident of Portside Towers East, and I'm here to talk about scars. Not the kind you can see, but the kind that run deep beneath the surface. At Portside Towers, we're living with invisible scars that never seem to heal. There's a scar of uncertainty, from waking up each morning wondering if today's the day another pipe will burst or another wall will crumble. There's the scar of disappointment from watching our community, once vibrant and close-knit, fray at the edges as neighbors are forced out by illegal rent hikes. There's the scar of frustration from countless unanswered maintenance requests from living in conditions we wouldn't wish on anyone. And then there's the deepest scar of all, the one that comes from feeling voiceless, from shouting into a void as our rights are trampled and our dignity eroded. These scars change us. They make us doubt. They make us hesitate. They make us wonder if the concept of home is just a luxury we can no longer afford. But recently, a glimmer of hope appeared. The city's decision to allow us to intervene in the court case was the first ray of sunshine after a long, dark storm. It whispered to us that maybe, just maybe, our voices were finally being heard. Council members, you have before you a chance to be the healers. The Bureau's recalculation isn't just about adjusting numbers, it's about mending trust. It's about restoring faith in the system. It's about starting the long process of healing. By ensuring this recalculation aligns fully with the ordinance, you're not just correcting a financial wrong, you're acknowledging our struggles. You're validating our experiences. You're showing us that the hope we've cautiously embraced isn't misplaced. I look at my neighbors, the teacher who can no longer afford school supplies for her students, the retiree who skips meals to make rent, or the nurse who works double shifts yet still falls behind. And I see people desperate for a chance to heal. But you've given us a new hope. Don't let this hope fade. Don't let it become another scar on our already wounded hearts. Show us that in Jersey City, we don't abandon our neighbors in the time of need. We rise to the occasion. We do what's right. The power to continue this healing is in your hands. The recalculation aligned with the law is the first step towards recovery. Please take that step with courage and conviction. Thank you.
Our next speaker, 5.63, Michelle.
Good evening. As we close our speaking block tonight, I echo Kevin's sentiments about the positive step Jersey City has taken in allowing us to intervene in the U.S. District Court litigation. This move towards collaboration is encouraging, and we sincerely appreciate Mr. Edelman's efforts in steering us in this direction. However, as we look forward to working alongside the city to defend our rent control ordinance, I must address some pressing issues that continue to affect our community. I'd like to thank Councilman Gilmore for his recent visits to Portside following a deeply alarming incident that resulted in a fire and significant flooding. Flames occurred when Equity employees tried to install a washer unit into a 240-volt outlet minutes after water exploded from an old unit that was being removed. The resulting fire triggered the sprinkler system, causing at least 8 floors of flooding. Also troubling, just next door, a washer unit blocked the main bedroom's exit for weeks instead of being installed, all due to a known water valve issue. This is not just negligence, it's a shocking disregard for tenant safety. What's even more troubling is that during the emergency, because our landlord continues to not be in full compliance with the landlord identity disclosure requirements, we were unable to contact our super directly. Instead, we were linked to a calling center that was in a remote, unknown location. Equity's non-compliance significantly delays emergency responses. It puts my neighbors and family at grave risk of dangers your ordinance is designed to prevent. You cannot reward our landlord endangering us by overlooking the disclosure requirements. I will quote directly from your ordinance. Our landlord must, quote, be in full compliance with the landlord identity disclosure provision contained within the statement. Do not allow the Bureau to violate this section of the ordinance that has now put so many of us at risk for our lives. These events underscore the urgent need for stricter oversight and enforcement of both safety regulations and tenant protection laws. As we move forward with our discussions with the city, these critical concerns must be a top priority. Considering our new position as defendants alongside the city, I want to express our eagerness to work together in upholding the rent control ordinance. I'm certain our upcoming discussions will thoroughly examine all prerequisites necessary to ensure we can jointly represent to the court how Jersey City is following its own laws and sworn statements. Thank you.
If we can clear the aisle so we got more speakers to come up. Next speaker, 5.64, Corey.
Good evening, Council. I'm here to speak on behalf of Commissioner Bill O'Day, and he would like to speak on a few issues this evening. The first is the Thomas McGovern Park. As chair of the County Parks Committee, I want to lend my knowledge and expertise and experience to where I see this project currently stands. Somebody on the city administrative side did drop the ball, likely last year, and caused the delay. Since April through there has been a refocus on the playground, splash pad, and park. There has been progress made, which hopefully continues as one of your resolutions tonight demonstrates. The acceptance of funds and final sign off by the NJ Department of Environmental Protection on the $932,000 state grant should enable the playground and splash park to move ahead, and he supports the awarding of a contract to an approved state vendor to undertake the playground and splash pad portion of the project. Work can start quickly, which is critical. It has been closed too long. The other phase of the project needs to move ahead, and one final round of the public input before the design is finalized and work is awarded would be very helpful. If the city needs additional funding for this project, count on me to help from the county side. I would also strongly suggest that the city reach out to the Trust of Public Land and invite them in. The second issue he'd like to touch base on is the elevators that remain broken for several months or breaking down frequently at different buildings throughout the city. He urges the city council to do several things. First, support Senator McKnight's legislation that will create access to more elevator inspectors, as well as funding for affordable senior housing that needs elevator replacements. We continue to hold weekly rallies outside of impacted buildings, and these rallies are bringing real results. I want to recognize the civil rights lawyers and Attorney General Matt Platkin for their involvement in taking on buildings that delay the repair or replacement. More elevator inspectors are needed in this city. The third and final issue is pretty short and simple. In regards to Portside Towers and rent control cases, illegal rent increases, I again urge the city council to hire its own lawyer in this case. Clearly, the legislative branch and the executive branch have different positions in this dispute, and that has inherent conflicts. That is all. Thank you.
Next speaker, 5.65, Denise.
Thank you, council members. First of all, God bless you all for being here, listening to everybody. I've been here for the past 4 hours as well, 4.5 hours, and it's just amazing to see you being so attentive to the audience, and I'm grateful for you. God bless the people here talking about their problems. It makes my problem about Thomas McGovern Park, Ordinance 10.64, almost small, but to me, it's something that's very important because it's been over a year that our park has not been functioning, and we have kids, I have 3 myself, that have not been able to play in the park. And it's sad, especially when you see all the wonderful parks across Jersey City that have not only been renovated once, but multiple times. So it's nice that we're finally getting some movement. And I do want to thank Councilwoman Denise Ridley for all your efforts. I'm very grateful that you are making this an important topic to your constituents in Country Village. Also want to thank Director McLaughlin. I know she's been an integral part of this effort, as well as Director Patel, but I would be remiss if I did not voice some of my concerns. I did listen to the caucus meeting the other day, and there was discussion about replacement in kind for what's existing at the park. And I want to make sure that we're just not getting a clear lift of what's there and putting it put back into place. I've seen plans of what was expected to be done in the park from last year, and it was amazing. And I don't want to shortchange our community and our children with a park that's not as cool and as wonderful as what I see across this great city. So I do want to make sure that as much as this resolution is passed, that we are also taking into account what is being put into this park and trying to make it as great as possible. Country Village is awesome. I love it. I think it's one of the best places in Jersey City to live. And I just want to make sure that that park reflects the greatness of that area. So in doing so, I really just want to ask that we make sure that as much as this resolution is passed, that we make this project the greatest project it can be and done correctly, and that the children are given what they deserve. Thank you very much for listening to me this evening. Have a great night.
Thank you. Next speaker.
1 second, Sean. Denise, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for staying too and voicing your concerns, because I think you might be the only resident here. So thank you very much for representing.
Okay, our next speaker, 5.66, Kevin, I believe he left. Next speaker, 5.67, Rose.
Hi, good evening. Sorry, I've never been here before, so I'm a little nervous, but I just wanted to say good evening, council members. My name is Rose Murray. My comments this evening pertain to the ordinance of 24-072. It's an ordinance between the city and the SDA regarding the lease of a lot on Iggy Avenue for the purpose of temporary parking for via cars. I just wanted to speak about it because I've been a teacher in the Jersey City Public Schools since 1998. And I started out at PS 28. I remember Council Member Sela. I guess I remember you were like 8th grade, I think. I hope your family's okay. Okay. I just wanted to speak about, how anyone who's lived here long enough knows that the Jersey City Public Schools was the first school district in the entire nation to be occupied by a state. And when that takeover occurred, the state created the school's construction company or authority, which then morphed into the School Development Authority. And it was to handle all capital upgrades and construction of new schools. And so this meant that the city of Jersey City did not need to take out bonds for new schools and so forth. However, the SDA, as a teacher and for over 25 years, I can say that they have failed miserably in fulfilling their obligation. And that is why it is why I just wanted to speak on the record about, although this lease is only $1, it is just mind-boggling that they are actually, they actually own land. They're landowners in a city that they, in which they shortchanged the schools. And so with COVID, many of my students and many of my colleagues and staff that, work, a lot of us were hesitant to come back for a multitude of reasons, but one of them was because of the conditions of this, it was not the janitorial staff. No, it was, we did not have proper HVAC systems. We did not have, a lot of, did not have air conditioning, and we were, we had to wear masks. And so I just wanted to express that.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. Just about how they have cars.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker, 5.68, Pam. I think Pam left. Next, 5.69, Jessica. I think she left as well. Next speaker, 5.70, Nishant. I think he left. 5.71, Osman. Left. Next speaker, 5.72, Ahmed. Not here. Next speaker, 5.73, Melody. Not here. Next speaker, 5.74, Miriam. Left, thank you. Next speaker, 5.75, Ron, I believe he left too. And Eric, 5.76 left, and not on your speakers list, but did sign up before the meeting started, 5.77, Marta. Not here.
Oh, hold on.
No,
This is-
no, she's Elizabeth, 5.78. 5.78. When you're ready.
Well, thank you guys. I'm so sorry to keep you. I'm sure you were ready to go home by now. So thank you for staying. I was a last minute write-in. I had no intention of being here tonight. I go to bed at 8:30 with my toddler every night. But after what I experienced today, I thought it was important that I come to give you a glimpse into what we deal with every single day with equity. Councilman Gilmore, want to appreciate or send my appreciation to you for coming to the building yesterday. I'm actually passing out the photo that I showed you yesterday. This is what they pulled out of my apartment. So they came in, I live on the 7th floor, they cut this itty bitty tiny hole and pulled out a bunch of this stuff. Now, the gentleman there, bless his heart, I'm like, is that mold? He was like, I cannot confirm nor deny that that is mold. And I was like, okay, is this mold elsewhere? He's like, I cannot confirm nor deny that I also saw mold in your hallway. Okay. Is there more mold? I cannot confirm nor deny that your entire building is covered in mold. Thank you, sir. So as part of this, I obviously emailed equity, had a few conversations. Most recently, they told me, hey, no problem. We removed it. You're great. We're going to go ahead and patch up your wall. Sent an email last night. You absolutely do not have permission to enter my apartment. Do not patch that hole. If there's mold in this itty bitty little square, there's mold in that entire wall. Today, I receive an email from a woman named Anna. She doesn't work at Portside. As I know, Anna says, hey, Bowerman is a licensed mold remediator, not inspector, remediator, paid by Portside. At this time, we do not have evidence of mold in your apartment. I sent them this photo before. I verified with Bowerman all the affected areas have been removed. To make you feel more comfortable, our service team can re-inspect the home and take new moisture readings. I'm at work, I didn't respond. 3:15, Anna follows up. Oh, hey, I'm writing with an updated plan for your apartment. The fans are scheduled to be removed today and new sheetrock installation will be done tomorrow. I didn't see the email, didn't respond. 3:50, it's like 30 minutes later, someone named Emily, who's Emily, chimes in on the chain. Will you be home tomorrow morning? A member of our equity team in Bowerman Restoration will stop by your apartment in the morning and take additional moisture readings. If you're not home tomorrow, no worries, we'll come on Friday. We will not close up the wall until we meet with you. Literally 10 minutes later, Emily follows up again. After speaking with Bowerman, they indeed closed your walls today after they deemed your apartment dry. Our vendor is properly licensed, blah, 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 specialized in blah, blah, blah. Literally the same paragraph they've sent to every single equity resident. So as you can imagine, I'm a little ticked off. I'm angry. I left work early. Here I am. My husband and I have been joking since we moved in the week before my daughter was born. This apartment is making us sick. Nah, it's just the kids. Now the kids start school. Oh, pneumonia, bronchitis, no big deal. I'm convinced this is what we are all living with in our walls, and equity is not taking any responsibility for it. Please help.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, council members, that concludes our public speaking portion of the meeting. I'm now going to move on to our petitions and communications. Any questions or comments on items 6.1 through 6.44? Hearing none. Officer communication 7.1 through 7.21. Hearing none. Or report of directors 8.1 through 8.11. And council members, we're going to invert the order of claims and resos. There's a resolution that has to be approved before we adopt the claims. So we're going to approve the resos first and then do the claims last. With that being said, council members are going to be taking a vote on items 10.1 through 10.13, with the exception of 1, 2, and 3, which were approved earlier, and just confirmation from the BA that 10.4 will be withdrawn.
That is correct. The family couldn't make it tonight, so we want to wait when they can come back in order to reintroduce it.
So with that being said, council members, again, it's items 10.1 through 10.13, with the exception of 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 through 3 were approved earlier, 4 was withdrawn. Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Bajano. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise. Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Pro Temp Ridley.
Aye.
Items 10.1 through 10.13, with the exception of 10.4, which has been withdrawn, are approved 8-0 with Council President Waterman absent. On to our next set of resolutions, items 10.14 through 10.24. Again, that's 10.14 through 10.24. Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Bajano. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye on all.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Pro Temp Ridley.
Aye.
Items 10.14 through 10.24 are approved 8-0. Council President Waterman absent. On to our next set of resolutions, items 10.25 through 10.35. 10.25 through 10.35. Councilperson Prinzary.
For 1026, I want to thank the Department of Infrastructure for helping us move the West Side Streetscape Department project along. Aye for all.
Councilperson Bajano. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Solomon.
No on 1028. Aye and the rest.
You. Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Pro Temp Ridley.
Aye.
Okay, if you can just allow me to recap. Items 10.25 through 10.27 are approved 8-0 with Council President Waterman absent. Item 10.28 is approved 7-1 with Councilperson Solomon voting no and Council President Waterman absent. Items 10.29 through 10.35 are approved 8-0 with Council President Waterman absent. On to our next set of resolutions, items 10.36 through 10.45. I believe the BA will address the council on a couple of those items.
The administration is going to recommend withdrawing 1039 through 1042. These are the EDC items. As mentioned at caucus, I know the council had a few questions, and we want to have the chance to actually meet with the department and flush all those questions out before we vote on them. So we'll withdraw those and bring them back once you had a chance to get those answers.
So council members, with that being said, we're going to be taking a vote on items 10.36 through 10.45, with the exception of items 10.39 through 10.42, which have been withdrawn. Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Bajano. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
What?
We're going from 10.36 through 10.45, with the exception of 10.39, 40, 41, and 42, which have been withdrawn.
Okay. Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Pro Temp Ridley.
Aye.
Items 10.36 through 10.45, with the exception of 10.39 through 10.42, which have been withdrawn, are approved 8-0 with Council President Waterman absent. On to our next set of resolutions, items 10.46 through 10.57. Again, that's 10.46 through 10.57. Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Bajano. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise. Councilperson Rivera,
Aye.
and Council President Pro Temp Ridley.
Aye.
Items 10.46 through 10.57 are approved 8-0, with Council President Waterman absent. On to the balance of our resolutions, items 10.58 through 10.65. 10.58 through 10.65. Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Baggiano. I can't hear you.
He said, yeah, on no on 10.61 and 10.62.
61 and 62,
Yes,
and aye on the rest.
yes.
Thank you. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Solomon.
Aye for all.
Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Pro Temp Ridley.
For 64, I just want to again thank Mr. Patel and our VA's office for helping to find money. Thank you to Director McLaughlin as we continue to work through issues in the park and make sure that we won't start with replacing the playground and splash pad and then move on to the remainder of the park as promised. So thank you to everyone for your hard work. With that, I vote aye on all.
Okay, items 10.58 through 10.60 are approved 8-0, with Council President Waterman absent. Items 10.61 and 62 are approved 7-1. Both of them approved 7-1. Councilman Baggiano voting no. Items 10.63 through 65 are approved 8-0, with Council President Waterman absent.
Motion.
Wait. Before we do that, we have the claims and addendums number 1, 2, and 3. You guys did not pay attention when I said we had to invert the order. So again, we're taking a vote on claims and addendums number 1, 2, and 3. I am as tired as you guys. On that, Councilperson Prinzary.
Aye.
Councilperson Baggiano. Councilperson Saleh.
Aye.
Councilperson Solomon. Councilperson Gilmore.
Aye.
Councilperson DeGise.
Aye.
Councilperson Rivera.
Aye.
And Council President Pro Temp Ridley.
Aye.
Claims and addendums number 1, 2, and 3 are approved 8-0, with Council President Waterman absent. I will now entertain a motion to adjourn.
Hold on, Sean. I just have,
Let's give it 1 second. I think
Two-
Councilman Gilmore has something to say.
yeah, two quick questions for Brittany. So Brittany, in a rare occasion, and I don't foresee this happening, but I just want to know if Portside and Equity agrees something needs to be changed in the calculation, will we have the authority to change that? Or no? The borough,
What was the last thing?
huh?
What was the last word you said?
The borough, I'm talking about, Director Richardson. If, because you said it's in review now, so in this weird instance where both of them agree, that this should be changed, will we still be able to do that, or would it still have to go to court?
We can talk about it offline.
Okay, all right, and
We're
the next,
in court right now, so.
all right, and the next thing is, who manage or oversees them supposed to having a super information available? Who oversees that? Who do we contact as it relates to that? What division, what office?
Be anybody, could be code compliance, could be the municipal prosecutor, Director Richardson's office as well,
Okay.
fire code, anybody,
Oh.
fire official.
Okay.
Motion. Second.
So I have a motion to adjourn at 10:49 PM by Councilperson Rivera, seconded by Councilperson Saleh. All in favor of the motion to adjourn at 10:49 PM, all council members present by acclamation, please say aye.
Aye.
We are out of here at 10:49 PM. Thank you so much, everyone present and everyone watching at home. Remember, teamwork makes the dream work. Have a great night. Stay safe. Get home safe.
Get some sleep, Sean.